is going to be happening. Interesting discussions are going to be. There's lots of economists here and several other people. And this is about seeing how China and Uganda get to do business together, get to see how they ameliorate each other, as you will be finding out. So this morning I'll be speaking to some people, part of the organizers, to seek to understand what this is about. What does Uganda hope to benefit from it? As you should know, China does quite a bit of business with Uganda, but they've also given us aid, and little wonder we've been able to put up a couple of roads and several other things. That and more is coming up on The Big Story. Let me get to my guest now, Hamza Galiwango. Hamza is Director, Land Development Division, Uganda Investment Authority. They are part of the organizers. Good morning, Hamza.
Morning, Joel. Thank you for hosting us on this show.
All right, thank you for being here. We also have with us Zheng Biao. He is, he's got a plethora of titles. He's Acting Country Manager, China Communications Construction Company Limited. He's also spokesperson of the Chinese Enterprises Chamber of Commerce. They are part of the organizers. It's been put together by Uganda Investment Authority and the Chinese Enterprises Chamber of Commerce. But more importantly, for this morning, he's a part of the organizing team for this forum. 你好.
你好，早上好。
早上好。
Yeah, Wasuzotia.
Wasuzotia.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You've been here for about 5 years, so
yes.
Clearly you've learned a bit of Luganda.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're happy to have you here. Let me begin with you, Hamza. So Uganda Investment Authority is a part of this. What are we looking forward to gaining from this? Especially you folks are meant to make sure investors come here so that we create jobs for our people.
Yeah, thank you, Joel. China has been a big foreign direct investor in Uganda. We have huge bilateral cooperations with the Chinese government. The forum today is meant to accelerate the investment relationship between Chinese businessmen and Ugandan businessmen. You know, China has already been investing in this economy in several areas, in agro-processing, infrastructure development. We now want them to accelerate that level of investment, create hybrid companies between Ugandans and Chinese, and actually improve our economic environment by learning from China, our big brothers.
Zheng, I know that China is doing a lot of business with Africa,
yes,
and in particular Uganda. Why do you folks find Uganda and Africa, for that matter, fertile ground for business? What's so attractive about us?
Uganda is a very nice country and is a God-blessed country. Had a lot of natural resources, and the people in Uganda are very friendly, and also the political situation is very steady, which is attractive to the investors, not only from China, I believe from all over the world. Chinese companies in Uganda, they have conducted several major projects in Uganda. For example, the Kampala-Entebbe Express Highway, which cost around $476 million, and Isimba Hydro Power Station, Karuma Power Station, and Entebbe International Airport expansion and upgrading project. And the infrastructure development are very important to a country's economic growth. So Chinese companies would love to make more contribution to the development of Uganda and for better living standards for the people, for this community.
Hamza, when you look at the unemployment figures of this country, they're alarming, regardless of whichever it is that you quote. And you folks in the Uganda Investment Authority have been on the spotlight. You know, we require that you create jobs, and we keep hounding you about it. What challenges are you encountering? I know there's been some progress made, but there are still challenges that are sticking out like a sore thumb. What are those, and how are we dealing with them?
I think the biggest challenge in employment creation has been the infrastructure. Simply because when we attract investors, they find it difficult to move about their products, both inputs and their outputs. We are happy that government has taken the right direction with several infrastructure projects that Mr. Zen here has been talking about. There was a challenge of insufficient power. Most industries were facing this challenge, but with now the power projects coming up, Karuma, Simba. We are going to see more industries coming in. But of course, there is also that challenge on the agriculture side, the input side, because industries cannot function in isolation without sufficient input from the backside. Agriculture needs to be reorganized to give in sufficient amounts of input. The minerals sector needs to reorganize themselves. I mean, when you go to Karamoja, you find people mining gold with the hand hoe. This is not the way for sustainable industrialization. So we are looking at all those challenges, reorganizing our backyard in cooperation with attracting investors like the Chinese that we are talking to today, so that we complete the cycle and move forward.
Zheng, your president committed $10 billion US, 60 billion actually, US dollars.
6 billion, yeah.
To the China-Africa 10 cooperation plans. Talk to us about those plans. What plans are those?
See, as for these 10 major cooperation projects, that is initiated by Chinese President Xi Jinping in Johannesburg Summit 2015, which is held in December. To build a China-Africa comprehensive strategic and cooperative partnership, China will implement 10 cooperation plans with Africa in the next 3 years, guided by the principle of government guidance, business being the major actors, market operation and win-win cooperation. These plans aimed at addressing 3 bottleneck issues holding back Africa's development, namely inadequate infrastructure, lack of professional and skilled personnel, and funding shortage, accelerating Africa's industrialization and agricultural modernization, and achieving sustainable self-development. So I would like to give you a brief of these 10 major projects.
So you said one, let's first list them. You said one is infrastructure?
Yes.
What are the others?
First, let me give you this. First, that is the industrialization. Industrialization, that is based Uganda's vision 2040, that Uganda will take the path of industrialization. And you see that Chinese government will also put that to implement China-Africa industrialization plan. And secondly, that we will implement China-Africa agricultural modernization plan. Agricultural, all of us that are aware that Africa is most of the countries are agricultural country, so that we want to implement this agricultural modernization plan. Thirdly, that is implement China-Africa infrastructure plan, and fourth, that is financial plan, and fifth is China-Africa Green Development Plan. Sixth, we will implement China-Africa Trade and Investment Facilitation Plan. And seventh we come to the Poverty Reduction Plan. Eighth, that is for the Public Health Plan. And for ninth, that is for Cultural and People-to-People Plan. And the last is for Peace and Security Plan. So for the 10 plans, we can see that all the areas are very key areas in the development of Africa continent. And we believe that with the assistance of Chinese government and also the devotion of Chinese companies, we believe that we can build a better and brighter future for Africa continent.
All right, I'll get back to you in a bit for some of those. Hamza, we have about 350 Chinese companies here in Uganda.
Yeah.
Too little or too much or just enough? What impact have these had on our country?
No, I think I'm saying they are still too little. We are looking at doubling this figure, but more importantly, directing them to the strategic areas of this economy. And we have about 5 major areas. The first being agro-processing, because we have a niche in the agriculture sector, and Mr. Zheng here has mentioned the agriculture modernization. We want to attract them more in the oil and gas sector. Already some companies, Chinese companies, are in the oil and gas sector. We want to attract them in the ICT sector. China is one of the major ICT players in this world. So we want them to reorient these efforts into those priority sectors, so that we move towards Vision 2040 as we have planned. They have, of course, established a few industries here, plus some other trading partners who are now transforming into investment partners. But we think there is much more that we can learn from them. There are three major areas why we are cooperating with the Chinese in this aspect. The first is, of course, employment generation. The 350 have already created over 50,000 jobs in Uganda. We want to multiply these numbers. You rightly say the employment is high on the agenda. Skills development, we want them to show us how things have been done so that we don't reinvent the wheel. The Chinese have expertise in doing so many things in this world. But lastly, we also want them to contribute to our revenue. Not in aid alone, but also in taxes when they operate. So we think the picture is still bright ahead, and we are moving in the right direction.
Jeng, there have been some concerns. Of course, on the one side, China is doing incredible things here, aid, the many companies that we're talking about, and so on and so forth. But there have been some concerns that for a number of these companies, when they come here, they'll ferry many of their employees right from China, and very few Ugandans will be taken up, and that means, of course, money gets repatriated to the other side. How do we improve that so that it's a 50-50 kind of, sharing, if you like?
Joy, you see, there is an ancient saying goes like that in China. Instead of giving a fish, we would like to teach you how to fish. Actually, for these Chinese companies of this timber in Uganda, we have so far we have recruited over around 20,000 Uganda employees. Some of them they are in the managerial level. Of course, some are the very technicians. So normally for these Chinese companies, we would like to recruit more local employees. First, if you save the cost of the company, and secondly, and to do more contribution to the unemployment rate. For this, because some positions maybe they are very technical, need a lot of skills. So maybe first they will come with some Chinese, and they have to teach Ugandans. Teach Uganda how to operate the machine, how to learn, teach them how to learn the skills, and then gradually, I think the aim of those Chinese companies and all the foreign companies that to recruit more Uganda people. That's the aim.
Hamza, over the past 5 years, China's total infrastructure investment in Uganda has been at about $6 billion US. Bilateral trade has been at 3.161 billion US dollars. Some would think, that's quite a bit of money, but we need more, because this would mean that we are getting the dollars here in. How do we improve that? How do we make sure these figures here increase, double, triple, whatever the case might be?
The figures will definitely increase with the bilateral cooperation agreements that have been signed between the government of China and the government of Uganda. We are improving the economic environment here. We have started several incentives, tax holidays, tax cuts for export-oriented companies, especially from China, and we think that more are going to come into this economy in the strategic sectors that we mentioned. The political environment is good, and this is what attracts the businesses to come down here to trade. And the biggest concept now, we are talking about hybrid companies. We want them to sustainably work together with the Ugandan companies, so that you have technology transfer coming down. So we think the environment now is ready and ripe with the economic figures that we do have, the political landscape, and the several projects that we have talked about. We are doing targeted marketing. We are now moving as a government outside to China, talking to the big guys that we know in the industries and giving them directed incentives to each of these so that they do come. So we think the landscape is actually promising.
Jeng, how are you people helping us, say from your Chamber of Commerce, helping us as a country to sieve out? Because you see, for every good there is bad. There's good Chinese companies here that are doing good business and so on, but then there's the fake companies and those that are doing a lackluster job, some of them, actually in court and so on. Are you helping our government? Are you helping us as a country to sieve so that because everybody thinks Chinese companies and products are fake, and yet truth be told, they are the good ones. So how are you helping the situation to sieve out and either notify or that kind of thing that, by the way, this one here is blacklisted, this one don't deal with, these are the good ones to deal with?
You see, Joy, let me give you a brief introduction of this Chinese Enterprises Chamber of Commerce. This Chinese Enterprises Chamber of Commerce established as a non-profit organization. The numbers, so far we have over 100 members, covering in the field of contracting, engineering, real estate, hotels, services, and industries, so on. So these companies, they include not only state-owned companies, which are like CCCC, China Communication Construction Company, Sina Hydro, and Sinok, Huawei. Those companies, what you are talking about? You are talking about that they are the global 500 fortune companies make investment in Uganda, and also some successful private sectors like Tiantang Group. They have a industrial park, which create a lot of posts for the employees, and also stimulate the chains of products. And also they like Hassins Group, the Hassins Industrial Park and the Liaoshen Industrial Park, to mention but a few. And as for those goods that you are talking about, the goods, they have good qualities and bad qualities. That is the choice of the people that depends on their purchasing power. See, in Uganda, we have excellent products, good quality, right? In the shops, the family shops, depends on the purchasing power. If we have the money that we can go to buy the good quality, and then depends on my pocket of money, But now, what I'm saying that for the industry, for the Chinese companies, they make investment in the industrial park, which means that those products are made in Uganda, and definitely will reduce the cost of those products. And secondly, that the Chinese companies are dedicated to the growth of the economy in Uganda. So when the economy becomes growing, and the people have a job, and also the products are made in Uganda, and the prices are very cheap, so that I think this is a very harmonious and a very happy life that in Uganda.
All right, we need to end this segment, but let's wrap it up this way. Hamza, so what do we expect today? What's going to happen? I know that there will be a plethora of speeches, experts talking about different things. What's going to happen today?
Today we are looking at more cooperation between the Chinese businesses and Ugandans. We invited both the Ugandan businessmen and the Chinese, and they are going to discuss in two areas where they can cooperate and accelerate. And then there will be government to government. His Excellency the Vice President is here to officiate the ceremony. We shall sign some bilateral cooperations between government of Uganda and the Chinese government. So we expect that at the end of the day, we are going to have a platform for acceleration of trade and investment between the two governments for the good of this economy.
All right, we're looking forward to those discussions. Thank you. Hamza Galiwango from Uganda Investment Authority and Jane Bia. We're still together, but thank you for joining us for this segment.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
All right, my colleague Mabel should be standing by at the Serena Conference Center. Mabel, good morning.
Good morning, Joel. I can see you are having a good time as you prepare for the conference later on. As we can see, the pictures are actually on a screen here. But the hall is being prepared. A symposium that I think will begin at about 9 o'clock later today. But we'll be bringing it to you live, so there's definitely no other place you would want to go to. Joining me now here on Morning at NTV is Nahida and Rahim. They are from the Square, and they are doing something interesting this weekend. Good morning, Nahida. Good morning, Rahim.
Good morning.
Okay, first tell me a little bit more about the Square. It seems this fantastic place that you have, that you are now, should I say, offering to artists or giving to people who want to exhibit something? Or tell us about the Square.
So the Square is on 3rd Street in the industrial area, and it's a space for collaboration. It's a space for creatives to come together together. There's office space available and hot desking space as well. But we also have a huge amount of space on the rooftop available for events. Yeah,
that's what the square is, and,
Yeah.
and you own it for
Yes.
Yes.
now. Okay.
Yes.
So tell me what Katogo is. You have this huge event coming up this Saturday, Katogo, where you're bringing artists together, a whole bunch of artists. And what is Katogo about?
Well, Katogo is a whole group of talented individuals and groups where we've actually joined hands and said, okay, let's do an event. The event has their own specialities, so we've got people like the groups from the Nyege Nyege, Akadope, and Kafunda Creatives, and Saluni, and all of them put together, where we've basically said, okay, look, there's no charge for the space, but let's do it all as one, and let's create one lovely, beautiful event. Yes, it's happening this Saturday.
Yeah, what is that one lovely, beautiful event that's happening?
So
this
it's
Saturday?
starting
What
off-
exactly? What are the activities that are involved?
Yeah. Well, so it kind of links up to what we're doing at the square, which is basically that it's this collaborative space for creatives. And so it starts off with an exhibition during the day that is being hosted by Saluni. And then the next event is being hosted by Akadope, and that's a screening of Sacred Water. And after that, there's an after party for the Doa Doa festival that is currently taking place. Now, attached to all of those different events, there have been a number of different companies, mostly creative companies, that have come on board to support everything that is happening. So I mean, I think we're over 10 different companies that have come together to produce this thing and take care of every single aspect of it from end to end, so that we're essentially just supporting each other, and we are not in a situation where we have to go and look for sponsorship. But ordinarily, it would not be feasible for one of those entities to try and carry out an event of this magnitude by themselves.
Okay, so it's open to the public. How much is it? Is it free? Do people just walk into the
So
square?
Saluni is free, and then the screening costs 15,000, and the tickets are being sold at definition. And if you don't have a ticket for Sacred Water, then and you just want to attend the Doa Doa after party, then that costs 5,000 shillings.
Okay.
And you can pay at the door.
Okay, you said you're bringing, by the way, this is DJ RPM, for those of you who do not know. Last Friday we had BK, so now we have RPM. We should get you here one day with your turntables.
Yes, sure.
I think, especially on a Friday, like
Yes,
today.
we can do it.
Okay, you mentioned that you're bringing artists together, and I know you've been, both of you, I imagine, have been in the arts for a very long time.
Yes.
What do you see as the future of Katogo? Is it something that is sustainable?
I mean, right now it definitely seems as though it's sustainable. We've built a model where, all these different organizations that have come together are essentially just adding value to each other through the services they provide, and not necessarily, it's kind of like a trade-off, but at the same time, there's this huge platform that you get attached to, and there's a lot of mileage that you'll get out of that from an advertising point of view. So previously, if people haven't heard about Lugezi Gezi, for instance, they'll hear about it because they're working with us.
Lugezi Gezi is an artist.
No,
Yep.
Lugezi Gezi is
Yes.
basically a podcast series that is managed by a couple of friends, actually, who came together to put this whole thing together. And I know one of them, Malcolm, who used to work with, in my other life I run an advertising agency. So I used to work with Malcolm, and I know he's probably one of the best creative minds out there. So he started Lugezi Gezi, which is a podcast, and has interviewed a bunch of people. But he's going to produce a mini-series for Katogo. And then actually we're also, there's a CSR aspect to this as well. So we're encouraging people to contribute to AfriPads as well. so that they can be part of the whole drive about the initiative that's going around in order to contribute to keeping girls in school. So they have a little stall there, and they can talk about what they do and try and get people to contribute to that. But yeah.
So you do see it going on, and you still see the sustainability of
we
it.
actually see this growing really big. It's one of a kind. What a lot of people do is they try and do some of these things on a smaller stage, and then they forget about it later. Katogo grows into seasons, and we have them happening every 2 months. And every 2 months it comes up with a new concept and a new idea.
Okay. Yeah. If an artist is watching at home right now and they're like, you know what, I believe in myself, I am so talented, I just need an opportunity. How can the Square be of help?
Come and see us, we'll take you to that direction.
Any kind of artist, because you talked about fashion, you talked about music, I don't know which other, poetry, is that?
Whichever direction.
Well, Akadope takes care of the poetry side of things, in that they already have an event that happens semi-regularly, and they have poets that, and musicians as well. So from the music side of things, we don't necessarily... we would figure out different ways of structuring each time. It's not that it's got to have the exact same template, But ideally what we would like to do is move forward with the same people that we started with, and continue to grow it organically, so everybody continues to be a part of the process. And new people get introduced to it as well. And, it's a way that for us to create relationships between, all these different creative organizations and the Square.
Okay, thank you for contributing to arts, I should say. I can't get over the names that they have, from Katogo to Lugezigezi to Kafunda Creative. These artists, they're creative minds, and indeed they do need a space. It's just unfortunate that in many times I've met many artists, really talented, but no one recognizes their art. And people say, oh, that's a thing for the Bazungu, or, it's only when someone is recognized, most especially internationally, that we're like, we have some talent there.
That's right.
We have a lot of talent.
We have a lot of talent. In fact, we've also noticed that in the artist field, it's only how much power and how much money you have that you're really seen. But till then, the guys behind there also really good.
Really good. Yeah. Well, this weekend, it'll be the Square, where you'll have Saluni doing some interesting things with African hair, appreciating the way Africans wear their hair beautifully. I don't know what they would say about mine, but anyway, and then a lovely movie and an after party, Doa after party. Morning at NTV, we'll be taking a short break, but we'll be returning to Joel in Munyonyo right after.
You're watching Morning at NTV.
My duty as a journalist is to go to where the story is, ask the hard questions, talk to the people that matter. And today, I'm in Nakasero Market to hear the stories of the local traders caught in a fight with the Chinese traders. Ultimately, it's not just the news, but the conversation that will turn on your world. My name is Shilan Duhuchiri.
NTV, turning on your world.
Lyrics? Check. Musical vibes? Check. Celebrity aura? Check. Then let the vibrations begin. Experience the thrill of exclusive live performances from your favorite artist for 1 hour of uninterrupted session on the Beat Mic Live as they tell their stories.
Hey, it's your girl Fia baby on 5th May. Don't miss. I want you to tune in on the Beat Mic Live. I will do all my songs from when I started to where I am today. I will be so honored to know that you guys will be watching. Thank you so much. I love you.
5 p.m. only on NTV.
Coming soon on NTV.
This story starts where classic love stories end. Lorenza Malavido and Matias Rey have secretly married, despite the hate between their families. But the time has come to present themselves as husband and wife to their families. They know the pain and anger it will cause, but they are convinced that their love will not only bear this tragedy, a marriage that has every reason to fail, and that will put to the test the love Lorenza and Matias have for each other.
Bienvenida a la familia. Ay, por Dios.
Little by little, all the intrigue affects the happy couple, poisoning them with doubt and distrust, undermining their love until a tragedy, planned by Vado, will succeed in making Lorenza leave Matias. It's a story of loyalty, betrayal, hate, and love.
Coming soon on NTV.
Hello, I'm Dr. Alice Mugira. The joy of every parent is to have a healthy baby. But did you know that every day 25 babies get infected with HIV from their mothers during pregnancy, at birth, and breastfeeding? Yet no baby deserves to get HIV. And here is how to reduce the risk. As soon as you know you're pregnant, go and get tested for HIV with your partner. If your test is negative, find out from the health worker about how to stay HIV negative. If you test HIV positive, the health worker will recommend the best treatment for you. Make sure you follow the treatment to reduce the risk of passing the virus to your baby. Go to the health center for antenatal care and make sure you attend all your antenatal care visits. Plan to deliver at the health center. Trained health workers know what to do to reduce your baby's exposure to HIV. After your baby is born, make sure you return to the health center with your baby for regular checkup and monitoring. And while there, remember to ask the health worker about family planning or child spacing to prevent unplanned pregnancies. Take charge of the baby's life and yours. Stand out and have an HIV-free baby.
The Timeline is brought to you by
MTN. Everywhere you go.
Now, social media changes so rapidly. Every single day, your favorite social media networks are coming up with new ways to stay relevant and stay ahead of the curve. Today on The Timeline, we bring you those updates. What's new? What's hot? I'm Ogutu Daudi, and welcome to The Timeline. Plagiarism is a thing that a lot of content creators on Facebook suffer. Someone spends a lot of money trying to create a nice video that we love, and then someone just gets it, copies it, and puts it on their site, and sometimes even gets more likes than the original creator. Now on Thursday, they released an update that allows you to automate actions if duplicate content is discovered. Actions like blocking the content per se, but it also allows you to whitelist certain pages that you have given permission to use your content. So if someone is using your content and Facebook finds out, you won't even need to go in and block them manually. They will do it for you. Now Instagram just became a lot more honest, especially in the comments section with the closure of Instagram commenting bot Instagress. Now, commenting on Instagram is a good way to, gain new followers and drive up interaction. Now, a lot of people used Instagress to comment and like posts, and it helped marketeers basically get their traffic up without actually doing the work. For Instagrammers, it sucked. They didn't like it. Of course, now visitors to the Instagress site are visited with a love letter from Instagram. By request of Instagram, we are forced to close the web service that helped you so much in your Instagram journey, blah, 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 blah. Now we shall have some real human interaction on Instagram. Now, Instagram is also introducing other updates, especially for countries like ours where the internet is rather slow. Instagram is allowing you to browse offline. Now, before, when you open your Instagram on your PC, your mobile phone, it updated images on the fly. Now it saves those images onto a cache on your phone. So you can be able to look at the latest images of Instagram when you don't necessarily have data. When you get to a place with connection, then that cache updates to the latest images. Pretty great. Now, of course, if you use Twitter, there are two things that are certain. One, you probably use emojis quite a lot. And two, you probably use the search functionality quite a lot too. Now, Twitter has introduced a function where they let you search using emojis in the search functionality. I don't know if that makes sense, but basically, if you're looking for something with a smiley face, you go put a smiley face and they'll show you usernames and conversations and tweets that have that smiley face in it. This is available, of course, on desktop and on their mobile applications. And it should be interesting. I don't know if this means we can now include emojis in our hashtags, but you know, it's kind of exciting if you think about it. Now, although this is not an update, it might entirely change the way we use our favorite social media platform, WhatsApp. Now, Malaysia might set a precedent where WhatsApp group admins can be prosecuted for the sharing of fake news on groups that they manage.
The Malaysian Communications and Multimedia Commission has clarified on reports that legal action can be taken against administrators of any group messaging applications. Spreading false information is a crime, for example, under Section 233 of the Communications and Multimedia Act 1998. They said that investigations will only be initiated if there are complaints against the contents shared in the group.
Now, WhatsApp admins can, of course, be called in to provide information on platforms which they manage. Now, those found guilty for not filtering the content that goes on in their groups, well, can face punishment, fines, and even jail sentences. Now, that's all the time we had for. Thank you so much for being part of the show. Of course, you need to go and follow us on Twitter and on Facebook. That's at the Timeline 256. And go subscribe to our channel on YouTube. All right, all the videos, all the episodes of the Timeline that have ever been shorts are there, and you can go and catch up freely. In fact, if you have Juza, *150 *3 *1 hash, you can catch up without worry of the internet, because if you get up to 100% data bonus on your data load. From here and the entire team that puts this show together, thank you so much for watching and happy surfing.
The Timeline was brought to you by
Juza is back! Dial *150 *3 *1 hash to join and get more MB when you load 50 MB or more.
MTN, everywhere you go.
And
Victor again, disappointing the family. And here's Bob enjoying the latest blockbuster movies on DSTV box office. So be like Bob, not like Victor. Get yourself a DSTV Explorer and take back control of your TV and your life.
On the next episode is brought to you by
More cash, it's possible.
On the next episode.
Can you believe what this fool tried to pull? A prenuptial agreement. Come on, give me a break.
I imagine you said no.
No, I had to play dumb. I got so angry I felt like strangling him.
And why are you surprised, Mother? Daniel Pareo is trying to prevent you from ending up with his fortune, which is exactly what you want to do.
Wait. We have to get him to the hospital right now. He's in very bad shape.
Yair, can you hear me?
Sir, please.
Yair, I just need a minute. Yair.
Rosario.
Look at me. I simply need you to tell me what you know. I need you to confirm that what you know is true.
Introducing More Cash, my savings, my loans from MTN and CBA. Join MTN Mobile Money to start saving and borrowing money on your phone. Dial *165 *5 hash to save and borrow with More Cash.
With More Cash, it's possible.
amanya gange bampita kamusime ziriba emyaka egyo 22 gye maze nga mvuga basi nagitambuza bulungi nnyo nga nvuga bulungi naye nenzija nenfunako kampuni emu nebeera nga dereva emukozesa nnyo nga teyagala kumanya nti dereva akoowa. Nali ngenda Goma otuukayo ku lunaku lwakusatu ate oli dereva omu. Bwe natuuka e Goma ntwala baasi ku mazzi nenaaba ningenda ewange ne batika baasi yange nga tebambuulidde. Era nali ndyawo mpuumuddeko ng'amanyi nti nja kugenda olunaku oluddako. Nali ndyawo ne bankubira Kamusiime jangu baasi ejjudde nga tukulaba kyandeetera okupapa. Ninjayo ku mulimu era ninkwata baasi ningenda. Bwe nasanga trailer nesibira hampu y'ettaka bali bakozeewo diversion. Olw'otulo n'obukoowu bwali buyingidde mu bwongo nagenda okwesanga nga ndaba trailer naye nagiyingiramu nga njiraba. So mbadde nkubiriza badereva bannanga abavuga baasi tuteekemu okwebalirira. Nkubiriza ne bakama baffe abatukozesa bannyinizi baasi babaliririre dereva tweddeko obulamu tebugulwa.
This message was brought to you by Viva Energy and NTV Uganda.
Speak Resort Munyonyo, where the Uganda-China Economic Investment and Trade Cooperation Forum is going to be happening for the larger part of the day. A couple of things are going to be happening here, as you will establish in a bit, but let's set the stage vis-a-vis the discussions that are going to be happening. To my guests now, from the extreme left, this is my left here, sure. Ramadan Gobi is an economist. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Joel.
We also have, all right, thank you for joining us. We have with us also Dr. Fred Muhumuza, another economist. Good morning, Doctor.
Morning, Joel, and morning, Ugandans.
All right. Zheng Biao is back. He's one of the organizers. He also speaks for the Chinese Chamber of Commerce, and he's been teaching me some Chinese here. Let me be sure I still remember Ni Hao.
Yeah, Ni Hao correctly.
Oh, do you remember the Luganda?
Yeah.
So how do you greet me?
Jibali Ko. Sevo.
Yeah. No, Jibali.
Kali Sevo.
All right, Doctor, let me begin with you. China is the #2 biggest economy in the world, and we understand if America is not very careful, in not a very long time from today, the positions just might change. Yeah? So clearly we have a lot to learn from these people. Besides the aid they give us, we're doing some business with them. We'll talk a bit about that. What can we and should we learn from them?
I think it's actually asking how have they done it, because we know the American economy, as we've said, China is #2. America has been building its economy for centuries. China, shorter time than that. So it's not about just having the resources, it's about how have you organized yourself to get to where you want to be. So for me, besides the money that China is giving us, the thing I really want to learn from China is how do they organize themselves. There are 1 billion people, more than 1 billion people, and they are all over now. They have come up and they're moving very fast, because as you've said, they might overtake the US very soon, which means they are not just #2, but they are moving very fast, and we know that the US has slowed down. So the main thing is to understand from them and to learn from them is how do they organize their economy, how do they organize their resources, how do they prepare the people they need to really pick up this speed and sustain it globally and nationally. For me, that's, I think, is the main thing to learn, because we have the resources, sure. Possibly even better than them if you are to reduce us at the same scale in terms of population, in terms of geographical size. We possibly have more resources than China. How can we learn from them that bit of it?
Ramadan, the bilateral trade between Uganda and China stands at $3.161 billion US. That's a fairly high figure, but it should get higher. How can it?
I think one we needed to, like the doctor was saying, first, ourselves here, the worker ethic is quite low. And that worker ethic is not just in farms, in physical things like the gardens and so on, but also at our diplomatic level, at our, bilateral kind of engagements. We need to scale up our game and be able to get these guys who have done quite an impressive job in the world than any other country I can say today, because in the last 50 or so years they have really done a lot to catch up with these large economies which had gone too far. So I think as Uganda we needed to work on one, our diplomatic capacities, negotiate bilateral engagement. Two, we needed to ensure that the resources we get, we use them more efficiently and more effectively to ensure that these public investments we are taking up, for example, are efficient. And I think in the future we shall see ourselves getting to the level where we would want to be in terms of attracting more investments. We needed to work on our local regime, investment regime, in terms of, for example, the cost of doing business. We needed to ensure that we reduce the procedures, we reduce the steps taken by these firms which are coming in to put up investments here. Uganda, I think, has one of the highest now number of procedures and steps in the East African community. We needed to work on of course, the infrastructure, where they are helping us a lot to ensure that we reduce entirely that cost of doing business. So it's a whole pack of things we needed to do to ensure that we get to the level where I would want to attract more investments. To me, I think investments are more critical at our level than even the so-called trade, because we trade in what? What do we have to sell, for example, to China? Vis-a-vis what they are bringing in here. So when you talk of trade, you shall end up being too much of importers without much to export, because our revealed comparative advantage and the competitive advantage is still quite low. We are in things like vegetables, like coffee beans and so on, which cannot do much in scaling up our capacity. So we need to first of all work on the investment environment, attract more investments such that we can produce things here which we can be able to export to those countries.
Jing, he talks about investment as what will make the cut for us to benefit from China. We were chit-chatting earlier on, there's about 350 companies, Chinese companies here in Uganda. The infrastructure investment alone is about $6 billion US. What's the plan to make this better, to increase this? But even more importantly, are you folks training Ugandans for continuity? Because it's one thing for these companies to come here, but it's another that we get Ugandans on board, several of them, and train them such that there is continuity. Is that happening?
Joy, for your information, that we believe that the Chinese companies are making investment in Uganda, and they are here to seek sustainable development. So in order to seek sustainable development, they have to first definitely comply with the policy of Uganda, and secondly, to be more localized. I mean, which means to be more localized. What do you mean more localized? That is, recruit more local staff and to be promoted into the higher level, managing decision level. I mean, yeah. So that through that way, that the Chinese companies are more involved. I mean, more devote themselves into this business or economy in Uganda.
Doctor, when we see the way China is trading with Uganda and Africa at large, clearly they seem to be focusing quite a bit on us here. Are we that attractive? What's drawing this, you think?
We are certainly attractive because China has a lot of focus on external trade and domestic trade. We might think they are focusing on us, but they are focusing on the whole world, actually, and literally. And so with that interest, as he's mentioned, the main thing is how do you negotiate? Because trade and international relations is about negotiations. How do you find your interest? Because for them, they have already found their interest, and you are their interest. And you want to leverage that to say, now that I'm their interest, how can I also bring up my interest so that we are at par? So it's going to take us to understand ourselves, and as Ramadan has rightfully put, trade at this point is not the thing you want to raise up, because you'll hear people saying there is an imbalance in trade. We sell to China very little, they sell a lot to us, but what have you got to sell to them? You're not about to take cassava and your beans and squirrels to China. Now, you possibly want to negotiate and say, can you bring tourists here? Because that can be a negotiation, because that you have to offer already as we talk. Can you bring your training institutions here to help me train my people so that they can also move to that level? So you have to get into this interest and say, now that they're already interested in me, what can I take to them? Because this interest, realm of interest, must meet my personal interest, because they are also going to be meeting their personal interest. And then together, we are all going to be benefiting from it, and it will be sustainable, as he has rightfully put it. So we need to identify what exactly at this point in time can we benefit from China. And I think tourism comes up as one good thing. The rest of the things we need to learn how to invest from them. Skills and the money and the knowledge of doing business globally, because they have all these kinds of knowledge things. We have always countered and struggled how to sell our things, even the little things that we have. How can I learn from the Chinese the knowledge that will help me to invest, so that 10 years from now, I am able to trade now in very many things and in large volumes.
Ramadan, given the fact that China is looking for where to invest, and they're investing quite a bit in many African countries and so on, how do we as a country position ourselves to make sure that they invest a lot more here than they will do in Kenya, than they will do in Tanzania, in Cameroon, etc., etc.? What can we do to tap this money?
One, we need to follow up on the good kind of investment regime we have with the actual actions in getting or bettering our investment environment. We need first of all to work on the bureaucracy. Uganda is one of those countries which are, celebrating to be liberal, to be free and open. But when you come down to realities, we still have certain issues that are making us a bit expensive to do business with. And these are not necessarily infrastructure in nature. We have to change our mindset. For example, in the public service, how do we handle investors? The kind of things I've talked in the previous submission. You go to immigration, for example, to get an investment permit or license. How do you handle that? In other words, how long does someone take in a queue or in waiting? For example, we still have a scattered kind of these environment and the investment agencies which are handling investors and so on. You find URA is somewhere, Uganda Investment Authority is somewhere, the Registration Services Bureau is somewhere. We need to actualize this so-called one-stop center for investors, such that he goes to that window, he gets his permit, he goes to another window, he gets a tax identification number, he goes to another window, he gets something else. We need to work out on that. We need also to ensure that we actually get clear on our investment priorities. We have been so much of talking, like for example, we want to prioritize today agriculture, we want to prioritize tourism, we want to prioritize industry, manufacturing. But when you go to budget here of supporting those areas, it talks a different story. For example, the forthcoming budget for 2017-18 has allocated only 100 billion shillings for tourism, industry and the trade. Now, how do you then attract huge investments in an area where you yourself you haven't invested to improve? That means you are not walking the talk. You have identified the right priority, but you haven't gone to put resources on it and as well train capacity to ensure that you can develop it. So we need to work on our two major things: the investment climate. We're still doing so badly. We need to reduce the cost and bottlenecks to investors. That one on the ground, we need to do it. Beyond infrastructure, our own way of doing business, our own way of handling people. There are certain things we pride in. We are so hospitable, and it's not about smiling around. It's about getting things done. So people don't have time, especially businessmen and the investors. They want to come in and get sorted with a streamlined kind of regime which they know that this is where you go. But here, you have to cut deals. You want land, then someone comes and pulls your hand. Come and we see whether we can get you land somewhere. Yet we have agencies of government, institutions of government, which are supposed to be doing that. So we need to streamline ourselves and handle these investments in a more organized way. We have really examples just near us. I wouldn't want to mention them. But these are countries which are far worse off to us in terms of resources and potential, but they tend to attract more kind of investments, serious investments, than us. For us, we are still in dilly-dallying, we are still in dealing and so on. We need to sort out that, in my view.
Jane, besides the aid, the investment, I know that the Chinese Chamber of Commerce here in Uganda is doing some corporate social responsibility. Talk to us about that.
Yes. And for the Chinese companies in Uganda, that they not only conduct their businesses, but at the same time, they feed back to the society. During the last years, that the Chinese communities have conducted a lot of social responsibilities. And for example, like last year, we have launched the medical camp in Bendi, which cost around $90,000. That we provide the medical services for the community. And also last year, December, that we also construct school roads for Kisubi University, and which is cost around $60,000. And we have also donated some stuff, like China Communication Construction Company. Last year we have donated the goods to the SOS village in Entebbe. And besides these social responsibilities, and we have also, like the Huawei, they have launched the program called Seeds for the Future, that around 1,000 students will be trained in Huawei to get more skilled in technology. And for the other Chinese companies, they also cares about knowledge transfer, which is very important. Like I mentioned that instead of giving a fish, we have to teach people how to fish. That is very important. So for the Chinese companies, they value the training of the staff. For example, like a China Communication Construction Company, we in the lab, the technicians, the engineers from China, they will teach the hand by hand. Teach the Uganda graduates to be a more professional technician in lab. And at the same time, we also set a very good communication mechanism with our local staff. For the Chinese people, Chinese management, with the Uganda partners, we set a communication mechanism regularly to take their advice that how to improve our performance and where shall we improve, blah blah blah. Because that we are here, we are not only here for 1 year or 2 years. We are here to seek sustainable development, and the last but not least, that for environment, Chinese companies, they conduct business here, and they take care of the environment protection. For example, like in Kampala-Entebbe Express Highway, there is a bridge. It's around 1,450 meters. That is the longest bridge over the swamp in East Africa. That is we are very proud to constructing that the longest bridge is a bridge in Uganda. And in that bridge, for the piles that we dig like 50 meters deep to hit the hard ground, to make it high quality and more safe. And because it's over the swamp, that you construct the pillars for the swamp, you don't have to no harm to the environment, so that the waters is still flowing as normal. So the Chinese companies that come here bring new knowledges, and also at the same time take actively part in the social responsibility activities.
All right. Doctor, the theme for today's forum is leveraging China's cooperation to fast-track Uganda's infrastructure and industrial development. Infrastructure and industrialization development. We have been, as a country, talking quite a bit about this. Is this where the much-needed jobs are going to come from, in your view? And if so, do you feel the talk that we have been doing over the years is in tandem with the action?
The talk is partly in tandem because you can see some infrastructure work going on. So in that bit, the focus has been there, and I think it's partly because, as he's saying, Ugandans just talk. But here, as we said, China had an interest because to them, building bridges and building roads in Uganda is business. So they had a personal business interest, but which coincided with Uganda's interest, which, as we said earlier, we said, when you have coinciding interests, you make progress. So there, but in that way, they helped where Uganda would just have been talking. They pushed Uganda. And unlike in the past where we had development partners who would give you money and then money would remain there sitting, like remember the other day, World Bank had to suspend some of our investment because we were not moving. China doesn't give you money and let you sit with it. It will come as a package. We're giving you the factory, the company to build the road, we're giving you the money, we're giving you a lot more. So they have pushed us. So what we see in the infrastructure, it's not just China giving us money, but also China's giving us the companies. Now, where you don't see the tandem is the understanding that beyond infrastructure, where the industrialization and the manufacturing is now supposed to happen, a lot of that has remained not even talk. It hasn't been worked out. We're just imagining that the moment the power is there, manufacturing will emerge. No, the state has to be thinking deliberately and strategically. Where are the natural resources going to come from? Where are the skills that of the people who are going to work in these factories going to come from? Where are we going to trade and sell these items? So completing those dots cannot just be left to an individual private sector person, whether local or foreign. They will all want the government's roadmap, the government machinery, the government's initiative. As I said earlier, trade is negotiations, nation to national negotiations, but also big discussions with the real traders. So you don't want the president of Uganda to go and meet the prime minister in Britain. No, you got to go down and meet the people who, the Starbucks chief, the supermarket controllers, talk to them and say, when are you coming to Uganda? And I know some countries here, embassies in the Nordic countries, have been helping Ugandan traders link up with their own individuals. So that for me is the bit that is still missing, and eventually we are going to end up with a stock of infrastructure and not the manufacturing, because the software of manufacturing is more than the discussion, the hardware that we're talking about. The next thing you want to be talking of, the financing. How are we going to finance the investments in Uganda? Cannot rely on the current financing. Not that because it's expensive, that's part of the story, but they are missing elements of the financing. What we call development finance is not in this country. What we call trade finance is not in this country. Because commercial bank finance is commercial and should only be for small things trying to fix a few loose ends, and you release it. So even if you say it is 19%, that may be the right price because you don't need to hold it for a year and more than a year. But people have to use that for investments of 3 years or 5 years. Then it's not the appropriate financing. So we need to have a whole discussion beyond just capitalizing Uganda Development Bank. How do you bring development finance to this country beyond just that one institution? How do you bring trade finance to this country? Because now I see people who get a government project, you have to go and get a letter of credit from a commercial bank, which is already too expensive. That is different finance and is missing in this market. So for me, the discussion beyond infrastructure is still missing. I don't want even to say lip service. There is no thorough understanding of that discussion, what it should be, leave alone concluding it and making it available for people to discuss.
Ramadan, let's talk a bit about skills development. I would like to think that if we're going to make progressive steps economically, we have got to focus quite a bit on skills development.
Yeah.
What skills should those be, and how should we approach the whole idea of developing them?
This is a very good question, because you know these guys who want to attract here and who are partnering with us, they are the ones who have the wisdom that if you want prosperity for 1 year, you grow grain. Prosperity for 10 years, trees. But prosperity for 100 years, you grow people. And in growing people, they are not saying produce many children, but invest in people, invest in skills. I think in 2009-10, I read a report where China was graduating more engineers from American universities than Americans themselves. So we need really to go a step much further in investing in especially technicians. This country has a huge gap in education. We train ourselves in terms of primary education or these basic skills of living, how to cross a road, and by the way, which also we are not doing so well. People are walking on wrong sides of the road and crossing on, in a wrong way. Then from there we go to university. Usually we receive so many Ugandans in universities where I am, who are very brilliant younger people, but they leave university and they are wondering, what am I going to do with this paper I've got? Because they are checking their heads and there's actually nothing practical, nothing they can put to use out there. They can be speaking good English, they are good at analyzing theories and so on, but the technical skills are so lacking. So we need to invest in this program which we have been talking about so much, the VTBET. We need to go to vocational training, we need to go into business training, but most importantly, technical training. And here we shall need a government itself to come up, because things of skills training and so on, I know we are a market-led economy, but the markets will not respond to such demands. We have overemphasized in this country for so long the need to trust the invisible hand. But economies which have developed very fast, they have used both hands, the visible one and the invisible one. And indeed, actually, sometimes some serious economists have found in recent research that invisible hand might not be actually not only invisible, it might not exist at all. So we need to get government visible in getting these technical, vocational and business training, business management training on the ground. We do not have to anymore go around and say, let us change the curriculum in primary schools or what. That one is okay. But when kids come up to go into college, to go into tertiary, how do they learn there to get themselves prepared for these kinds of work which, for example, the Chinese companies are bringing? How many Ugandans can take them up? You find that even those, we did a research recently with the Chinese companies, and they were telling us that even your people whom you are sending to us, that they can do certain plumbing and so on, they can't do this. We have to retrain them, and it takes more time than flying in my own technicians. Okay, we may say that they want to be selfish by getting this, but the reality is we need to better our game in training, especially technicians. Leave alone the engineers whom Makerere is producing, but they don't have the technicians to work with. An engineer cannot work without a technician. He's not trained how to fix things. Engineers are trained to model things. And then the technicians and those other guys down there have to, and in this country, we do not have them.
During the Uganda-China diplomatic ties were established about 54 years ago, and that means there's a good place to start. Diplomatically, we are on a good bench, and little wonder we have you, the Chinese Chamber of Commerce here in Uganda. So what's your plan for the next, say, 1 year, 2, 5 years, in as far as investing in Uganda is concerned? What are we looking at?
Okay, before answering your question, let me introduce you about this social responsibility report. This social responsibility report will be officially launched at this ceremony, this function, by our chairman of this chamber. That's what the Chinese companies have done for the social responsibility. And as for your question, that you see, China-Uganda enjoyed a very good relationship, very solid and profound relationship, for a bilateral relationship over 55 years actually. And since Uganda announced the independence, that China set up a diplomatic ties with the Uganda government, and as this over these decades, we are together. No matter ups and downs, no matter how change the world, no matter how the world changes. So as for this chamber Uganda in Chinese enterprise is the Chamber of Commerce. The purpose of establishment for this chamber is to promote the bilateral relationship between the two countries in terms of trade and investment. So with this organization that we can communicate with the Uganda government to interact more officially with the government about the policies and share the experiences and to set up a bridge between two people and two nations for easy communication.
Doctor, there's been talk and actually drive in the direction of Uganda's beginning to learn Mandarin Chinese. How relevant is this for business, you think?
Certainly, because you see these fellows, when they're talking Chinese, we wait for them to finish. We don't know what they're talking. But when we're talking whatever we're talking, they're not waiting for us. So, and I know Australia, which is an English-speaking country, has resolved and said, all my trade is with China. I must understand that language. So that's why, for me, as he's saying, sustainable long-term development. And I think Ramadan has put it very well. Training people is the sustainable development beyond the 10 years of trees and beyond grain of 1 year. So if the training of the people, you're going to integrate these economies, you need to understand the language. That is one of the skills. Because as I said, trade is about relations. If you can't read what I've written, you don't know what I am talking about. You won't even read my labels and understand what goods you should be buying and when you should be buying them. So you need to learn the language as part of strengthening and affirming every other relationship that you're going to be working on. So that for me is very important. And then the skills. Because as I said, as we said earlier, we come here and develop things, skills development program, $100 million from the World Bank. We're going to do, but do you have the capacity to even train the skills? So as I said earlier, you may want to negotiate with China to say, why don't you bring me a vocational school here? So that we can begin training this vocation. Because as he has rightfully put it, the people who come out of Uganda's vocational schools, when they go to test them, they can't even do the plumbing. And yet you are thinking, that's a school producing plumbers. So we need to understand that much as we also wanted to do infrastructure roads, and we didn't have the capacity of local companies that could build the roads, until China came and flooded us with quite a number of substantial Chinese companies, which have done even things like he's saying, that longest bridge in East Africa. You look at it and you're marveled and you're wondering, is this Uganda really? But remember, they had to go down 50 meters. Those companies were not in Uganda. So similarly, we need to understand what kind of skills do we need, both in terms of the tangibles, but the language is going to be very key. Understanding the Chinese language, understanding French, as much as we have understood English. Gone are the days when English will be the only language you need. It's good, it's still flexible. But the future is going to require you to learn a little bit more of languages. And I have a friend of mine who, when we were in university, I was telling him, why are you learning German? Today as we speak, I don't know whether I'm going to catch up with that individual just because of the language called German.
Ramadan, when Uganda and China get together at a forum such as this, it's called the Uganda-China Economic Investment and Trade Cooperation Forum. You know a bit about the Chinese economy and how they're doing things. You know about the Ugandan economy and how we are doing things. You know what we are trying to do together. What would you like to hear from a meeting such as this? What would you like drummed out?
I would like to hear more about Ugandans asking Chinese how really they have done it. I know in development everywhere is different, but there are certain basics which to me are the ones lacking in this country. I would love to really go beyond the trips we make to China to see how Beijing has wonderful buildings and then people go to shop and they come back here. I would want to know, for example, how did they get these simple technologies which turned homes into cottages? Because, you know, China has built its industrial base out of its homes. The very people, the work ethic. Here, people think that a day is from 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, everybody is looking at the clock, wants to go home. Whether there is still work to be done, and it's so much critical that the following day he might find it so difficult to begin when he hasn't finished it, somebody will just walk off and go home. Here it's where you find shops telling their customers that we are closing. Excuse me, you know, and they are closing to go to the bar, not to go and do other things which are so critical, even to sleep. Sleeping is critical, but people are closing to go and drink alcohol. I would like really people to learn, first of all, here, to tell those who have been interacting with people from the East Asia, how did they manage to be the first region in the history of development to turn around their economies in one generation? It has never happened in history, and China has been at the forefront of doing that. We are here interrogating how we can reduce poverty, how we can get to middle income, and so on. China, they pulled over 600 million people out of poverty in less than 30 years. It has never happened in the history of humanity. So to me, I think China is a very good gift for us in getting to understand the few little things which we take for granted here. And we are just marveling on how we build the bridges and so. Those are too big. Let us first learn the work ethic, the living culture. How did they manage, for example, to save? They saved about 36% of their GDP. We are saving less than 13% of our GDP. And we have been like that since the 60s. Why did they manage to save when they were still poor like us? Because whenever you talk about these things with the Ugandans, they tell you, I save what? You want me to save myself? I don't have what to save. But you find them, they have a culture of consumerism. So these Chinese can help us to learn a few of those things. But also, importantly, we need to learn from them the discipline of ensuring that what you set out to do, you actually go ahead and do it. How do they manage to do this? Because they set out that you're going to fix this road in 1 year, and that road is delivered in that period. Here, you tell someone to fix just a pit latrine, and it takes, the entire period, which is far beyond what you set out to do. That discipline is so critical. And for us, before we go to those bigger things, we need to honor that. It's like some people who are saying, Uganda, we need to industrialize and do certain things. They are now talking of Killer V, making cars with... I told them, please, wait a minute. First sharpen a wood called a toothpick, such that we are not going to spend dollars to import sharpened wood to pick our teeth, and then we start thinking about other things. So I want us to get to the basics.
All right, today is an opportunity for us to learn, and hopefully we shall do some learning. Thank you to my guests, Ramadan Gobi, Dr. Fred Muhumuza, and Jeng Biao. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a break, but as we take a break, take a look at this.
Lyrics? Check. Musical vibes? Check. Celebrity aura? Check. Then let the vibrations begin. Experience the thrill of exclusive live performances from your favorite artist for 1 hour of uninterrupted session on the Beat Mic Live as they tell their stories.
Hey, it's your girl Fia baby on 5th May. Don't miss. I want you to tune in on the Beat Mic Live. I will do all my songs from when I started to where I am today. I will be so honored to know that you guys will be watching. Thank you so much. I love you.
5 p.m. only on NTV.
Presenting Judith Babidier in the Mama Katonda Talimba Concert 2017 alongside gospel artist Tonzi from Rwanda. May 2017, live at the Kampala Serena Hotel starting 6 p.m. Tickets go for 100,000 shillings ordinary and 3 million shillings per table and can be bought from SMS1, Classic Ladies Garden City, Serena Hotel Kampala and Kampala Road. Proceeds from the concert will go towards supporting teenage mothers in Uganda through Arms of Love. The Judith Babidier Mama Katonda Talimba Concert 2017 is proudly sponsored by
For the first time in Uganda, the Dubai Asia International Expo is here in Kampala at Uma Showgrounds Lugogo from 1st to 11th of May 2017. Shop till you drop on the various high-quality products such as furniture, electronic appliances, kitchenware, leather products, chapati and barbecue makers, clothes, and many more items with up to 50% discount. Daily lucky winners for Shop and Win contest with a grand prize of items worth 10 million Ugandan shillings on the closing day. Do not miss your chance to visit the biggest consumer expo in East Africa at Uma Showground Lugogo, open daily from 10 a.m. till 9 p.m. Entry is free.
Coming soon on NTV.
This story starts where classic love stories end. Lorenza Malavido and Matias Rey have secretly married, despite the hate between their families. But the time has come to present themselves as husband and wife to their families. They know the pain and anger it will cause, but they are convinced that their love will not only bear this tragedy, a marriage that has every reason to fail, and that will put to the test the love Lorenza and Matias have for each other.
Bienvenida a la familia. Ay, por Dios.
Little by little, all the intrigue affects the happy couple, poisoning them with doubt and distrust, undermining their love until a tragedy, planned by Vado, will succeed in making Lorenza leave Matias. It's a story of loyalty, betrayal, hate, and love.
Coming soon on NTV.
The Republic of Uganda is a landlocked country across the equator line located on the East African plateau. It has crisscrossed rivers and lakes, abundant rainfall, mild climate, and lush vegetation. This vast land, with total area of 241,500 square kilometers, known as the African Pearl, has nourished different ethnic groups, more than 35 million people. Since the new century, the Ugandan government has committed to developing economy and improving people's livelihood. Leaping development has been achieved in economic development. At the same time, bilateral economic and trade relations between China and Uganda have also been well developed. Industrious and intelligent Chinese people, together with the Ugandan people, carry out friendly and mutually beneficial cooperation in this vast and vibrant land. The infrastructure is a major bottleneck in Uganda's economic development. At present, the Ugandan government actively promotes the development of domestic infrastructure and Chinese companies to comply with the wishes of the Ugandan government and people to work on constructions of power, roads, industrial parks, communications, and other fields. Uganda abounds in unique water resources, but the development and utilization rate is very low. Ugandan government determines to make every endeavor to launch hydropower construction to ease the shortage of electricity supply. With the joint support of Ugandan and Chinese government, Chinese companies have contracted 2 large hydropower projects, Karuma Hydropower Station and Isimba Hydropower Station, with total contract amount in $1.68 billion and $568 million respectively. After the completion of these projects, the Ugandan power generation capacity will be doubled, power supply situation will be greatly improved, and enterprise production and residential electricity cost will be significantly reduced. Under the policy support of the Ugandan government, Chinese companies have boldly and resolutely invested in the construction of a number of industrial parks in order to serve the industrial development of Uganda, including the Liaoshan Industrial Park, with an investment of $600 million, and Tiantang Industrial Park, $85 million. By attracting enterprises with advantages and supporting industries, and giving full play to industrial agglomeration and scale economy, the industrial parks will promote local employment and continually contribute to the Uganda's sustainable industrial development. The hard work of Chinese companies has also greatly improved the road traffic situation in Uganda. According to the statistics, in recent years, Chinese companies have built and upgraded roads in Uganda for nearly 2,000 kilometers, of which about 1,000 kilometers are under construction. The Kampala-Entebbe Airport Expressway is the first fully enclosed expressway in Uganda. The completion of the expressway will enormously shorten the distance and transport time from Kampala to Entebbe Airport, reduce traffic congestion and traffic accidents, also help improve the Kampala traffic environment. The project adopts the Chinese standard, which plays an important role in local technical training, as well as technology transfer, and promotes the development of economy and trade in Uganda. The previously mentioned Entebbe International Airport is the only international airport of Uganda, located on the beautiful Lake Victoria. The airport expansion project is now under construction by a Chinese company. The project will strongly alleviate the increasing pressure on transport and services in Uganda, which is of great significance to expand foreign exchange and propel economic development. Energy development is also the top priority of Uganda's economic development. Chinese companies with solid strength and advanced technology start to enter the Ugandan market to engage in oil and gas exploration, development, production, and so on. In the field of communications, the coverage of national backbone networks of the major ministries of the capital and 25 regions ensures that all major cities in Uganda can use high-quality and high-speed broadband connection. The cultural exchanges between China and Uganda are also impressive. China's digital TV operators bring the domestic TV signals to Africa, so Chinese people far away from home will grasp the domestic information in time, and Ugandan people will better understand China. The establishment of the Confucius Institute gives more Ugandans the opportunity to learn and understand Chinese language and culture, thus deepening the local people's recognition of Chinese culture and values. My friends, you will find that in this vibrant land, the Chinese people have left their love everywhere. Uganda National Stadium, China-Uganda Friendship Hospital, Uganda Government Office are all funded by the Chinese government. Of the plan. The Ugandan government has also proposed a development goal for achieving the level of middle-income countries by 2020. We have reason to believe that with the deepening cooperation between China and Uganda, In the near future, we will see that Uganda has smooth roads, convenient life, and abundant material. In this process, the people of China and Uganda will forge a more profound friendship. Let us, win the future together, build dreams together.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may now take your seats. It gives me great pleasure and honor on behalf of the Chinese Enterprises Chamber of Commerce in Uganda and the Uganda Investment Authority to welcome you to the first Uganda-China Economic Investment and Trade Cooperation Forum 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, you're very welcome. Your Excellency, the Vice President, the Honorable Engineer Ntege Azuba, the Minister of Works and Transport, the Honorable John Byabagambe, Minister for Karamoja, the former Minister of Defense, who is now the Ambassador Designate of Uganda to Beijing in China, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of Parliament present, our dear sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. You're very welcome to this first Uganda-China Economic Investment Forum. This forum is being broadcast live and exclusively on NTV Uganda, and we want to thank all of you, our sponsors, who've made this very possible to hold the first forum, the China-Uganda Forum in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our sponsors. I want to now welcome the chairman of the Uganda Investment Authority Board, Emily Kugonza, who will officially welcome you as our hosts this evening, and thereafter he will invite the chairman of the Chinese Enterprises Chamber of Commerce to Uganda to speak to us. Mr. Chairman, sir.
The Vice President of Uganda, Your Excellency Edward Sekandi, Honorable Ministers present, the Ambassador of the People's Republic of China, Excellency Zheng Zhu Jiang, Honorable Members of Parliament here today, members of the diplomatic community, the Chairman of the Chinese Enterprise Chamber of Commerce, fellow board members of the Uganda Investment Authority here today, the private sector represented here today, both from Uganda and China, ladies and gentlemen. You are very welcome to this very strategic inaugural forum that will focus on leveraging China's cooperation to fast-track Uganda's infrastructure and industrialization development. This well-sought-out theme will enable us to take stock of China's contribution to Uganda's industrialization plan and also explore what more can be done to make sure that both countries benefit from the collaboration that has existed for many years. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Embassy of the People's Republic of China, under whose guidance the preparations for this forum took place. On behalf of Uganda Investment Authority, I would like to emphasize our commitment to support all Chinese investment geared at export-oriented industry, infrastructure development, and the increase of trade flows between the two countries that will improve the balance of trade between the two countries and also the prosperity of the people from the two countries. It is our hope that Chinese companies and the government of the People's Republic of China will find Uganda Investment Authority's proposals to benchmark Chinese experience and attract Chinese investment very agreeable. In our Uganda Investment Authority's current strategic plan, 2016-2021, we have highlighted Uganda's accelerated industrialization strategy through industrial park development. We envisage that this strategy can be best supported from the United States $60 billion Africa-China for CACA funds that was generously announced by the President of China when he last visited Africa. Your Excellency, the Vice President, I am very glad that the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development here, our mother ministry is here, because Uganda Investment Authority has presented this proposal, and we have agreed that it is a proposal that will fast-track the industrialization of Uganda and quickly transform scientific technology through the development of industrial parks located in the four traditional regions of Uganda: the central, the eastern, northern, and western Uganda. And this was already directed by His Excellency the President, and it forms part of the current manifesto, and this is what we have to do. We hope that the discussions can begin on this as soon as it is mutually conducive for both of our governments, the government of Uganda and the government of China. Today's focus is on Uganda's industrialization process and the role of the Chinese enterprises in achieving this development. As Uganda Investment Authority, we are very grateful to the Chinese Enterprises Chamber of Commerce that chose to work with us to organize this forum. It's now my pleasure to welcome the chairman of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce in Uganda to give his remarks. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Vice President of Uganda, Your Excellency, the Chinese Ambassador in Uganda, Mr. Zhenzhu Chang, Honorable Ministers, Chairman Board of UIA, our guest speakers this morning, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This is with great pleasure this morning that I welcome you all to the first Uganda-China Economic Investment and Trade Cooperation Forum. On behalf of Chinese Enterprise Chamber of Commerce, I would like to extend my application to all guests that turn to attend this forum. This event has been organized by the Chinese Enterprise Chamber of Commerce in Uganda together with the Uganda Investment Authority. The purpose of this event is to provide a platform for cooperation between government and enterprises. This will enable both sides deepen cooperation and communication on infrastructure, trade, and industry. Your Excellency, over the past few years, Chinese enterprises have responded actively to the Chinese governor's plan for China-African cooperation. They have shown dedication to the development of Uganda's infrastructure, trade development, the investment, and the construction of industry parks. Today, there are about 350 Chinese companies in Uganda involved in trade, engineering, contracting, oil and mining, resourcing development, factory, finance, warehousing, logistics, hotel, and business service, to name a few. All these activities has created jobs, advanced technology, and management experience to the local communities. Those activities have promoted a rapid economic development, improved people's living standards, and enhanced activity the industry in Uganda. Your Excellency, today the Uganda-China Economic Investment and Trade Cooperation Forum is the first of its kind. Our Chamber of Commerce wishes to take this opportunity to push Uganda and Chinese cooperation to a high level. We want to leverage China cooperation to fast-track Uganda's infrastructure and industry development. We will actively play our role as the bridge and platform for the communication between two countries' enterprises and governments. We will be the carrier for investment and the big window for cultural exchange. Chinese enterprises in Uganda have fulfilled its corporate responsibilities in social activities, giving back to the community. I would like to take this opportunity to issue the social response report in 2019. I think everybody have this report on the table. This is our social response report 2016, Chinese Enterprise Chamber of Commerce. Your Excellency, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you once again and appreciate your attendance. In a special way, I want to thank all of our friends, main sponsors, and business partners for your support, which has made this event possible. Finally, I wish this forum a completely success and believe fruitful results will measure. Please enjoy your stay here. Thank you. Now, it's my great honor to invite His Excellency, Chinese Ambassador to Uganda, Mr. Zhenzhu Chang, to give us a speech. Let's welcome. Thanks.
Your Excellency, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Ministers, Chairman and Executive Director of Uganda Investment Authority, Chairman of the Chinese Enterprise Chamber of Commerce, my dear colleagues from the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests from the government, organizations, and media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my great pleasure and honor to participate in today's forum jointly held by Uganda Investment Authority and the Chinese Enterprises Chamber of Commerce. It's the first time for them to hold such a high-profile forum. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation for the hard work done by the organizing committee of this forum, and I also extend my warm congratulations for them. And also, please allow me to pay respect to every guest present today for your participation in this forum. Although geographically far apart, China and Uganda have always belonged to a community of shared future. Over the past 55 years, since the establishment of diplomatic relations, our two countries have always been good friends, good partners, and good brothers who fully trust each other despite changes in the international landscape. The traditional friendship between China and Uganda is deeply rooted in the people's mind and has become an invaluable asset for both. Enjoying traditional friendship, China and Uganda are pushing mutually beneficial cooperation to a new level on the basis of continuously consolidating political mutual trust. As you can see, the theme of this forum is leveraging China's cooperation to fast-track Uganda's infrastructure and industrialization development. At present, the backward infrastructure and lack of industrialization are the two major bottlenecks of Uganda. Uganda Vision 2040 and the Second National Development Plan 2015 to 2020 have all regarded the above two fields as the priority development areas, with the aim to transforming Uganda to an industrialized country. Given their respective strengths, China and Uganda need each other for cooperation and development. Rare historic opportunities for mutually beneficial cooperation and common development have emerged. China's comparative advantages in development experiences, applied technologies, funds, and market can help Uganda translate its natural and human resources advantages and potential into a driving force for economic and social development and benefit for the people's livelihoods, thereby speeding up industrialization and infrastructure construction and doing a better job in pursuing economic independence as well as self-reliant and sustainable development. In the recent years, the economic cooperation between China and Uganda has been deeply enhanced. Today, China has become the third major trade partner, the largest investment source, and the biggest project contractor for Uganda. The statistics from the Chinese customs shows that the trade volume in 2016 between China and Uganda increased 34% than the previous year and reached $861 million. In the recent years, Chinese investment in Uganda has witnessed a rapid growth. According to the statistics from the Chinese government in 2016, China's FDI inflow to Uganda reached $219 million, accounting for around 20% of the total volume of the additional foreign investment in Uganda in 2016. The data also reveals the cumulative investment of Chinese enterprises in Uganda stands at $458 million from 2011 to 2016. The major projects invested by Chinese enterprises include Africa-China Industrial Park, Liaoshen Industrial Park, Tiantang Industrial Park, China-Uganda Friendship Industrial Park, and so on. I just named a few of them. In the infrastructure field, China is a key partner for Uganda. Chinese companies in Uganda have since carried out many large projects, such as Karuma Hydro Power Station, Isimba Hydropower Station, Kampala-Entebbe Express Road, and Entebbe Airport Expansion Project. The aforesaid 4 projects are financed by the Chinese government through Exim Bank of China. During these years, about $2.7 billion concessional and commercial loans have been provided to Uganda from China. The implementation of the large-scale infrastructure projects in Uganda will not only improve the infrastructure projects in Uganda will not only improve a lot to the youth employment. Thanks to the rapid development of China-Uganda relations, more and more Chinese enterprises come to Uganda. They make a great contribution to Uganda. According to an completed statistics, by the end of 2016, Chinese companies totally create more than 40,000 jobs for Ugandan people. Chinese firms also positively fulfill their corporate social responsibilities in many different ways. For example, to provide free medical service to the local people and the training programs to the public. Today, the global economy suffers an extended downturn. China's economic development has entered a new normal, meaning the growth rate of China's economy gradually slowed down to a new steady growth rate range of 6% to 7% in the recent years. But the Chinese government is willing to carry out mutually beneficial cooperation and share the development gains with Africa, including Uganda. China-Africa relations entered a new stage of comprehensive development at the Johannesburg Summit of 2015, when His Excellency Xi Jinping, President of the People's Republic of China, announced the 10 cooperation plans and promised to provide a funding amounting to $60 billion to support those 10 cooperation plans. China is willing to make joint efforts with Uganda to actively promote the implementation of those 10 major China cooperation plans at an early date in the country and give priority to enhancing industrial cooperation so as to assist Uganda in firstly achieving industrialization as a landlocked African country. To this end, China is ready to give play to its own advantages in production capacity, roll out industrial connection and production capacity cooperation in line with Uganda's development needs, share its experiences on special economic zones, encourage Chinese enterprises to participate in Uganda's infrastructure projects, and carry out cooperation in human resources and other areas cooperation. For the Chinese Enterprises Chamber of Commerce, it's the first time for it to co-host such a grand event. I'm sure this forum is a milestone in in the history of Chinese Enterprises Chamber of Commerce and will particularly boost China-Uganda economic and trade relations. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to the members of the Sino Chamber and the UIA. At the same time, I hope more and more people will support China-Uganda cooperation. Finally, I wish the forum a complete success. I thank you very much. It's my great honor to invite His Excellency Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Mr. Edward Sekondi, to give us our remarks.
Honorable Ministers present, Honorable Members of Parliament of Uganda, Ambassador of People's Republic of China in Uganda, the Ambassador Designate of Uganda to China, distinguished speakers and panelists, the Chairman of Chinese Chamber of Commerce, the Chairman and team of Uganda Industrialization, Captain in Business from China and Uganda, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all, and you are most welcome to this very important forum. I am welcoming delegates who are in this country for the first time. Welcome to Uganda, the power of Africa, gifted by nature, and with friendly people to investors and visitors. I wish to commend the timing for the Uganda-China Economic Investment, Trade and Cooperation Forum. This forum is hosted at a time when China, the world's second biggest economy, is investing heavily in Africa infrastructure, and in a special way in Uganda's transport and energy sector. Uganda has prioritized investment in areas that will increase output and create jobs, as well as bringing significant amount of return to the investors. Among these are agro-processing, packaging, tourism, ICT, adding value to minerals, development of infrastructure, and the oil and gas sector. Uganda is endowed with nature resources that form a solid foundation for industrialization and extensive job creation. The investment climate is very conducive with liberty for investors to repatriate their profits without restriction. Uganda liberalized its economy, characterized by the free trade, foreign exchange regimes, and market-driven exchange rates, which avail unrestricted movement of capital. Uganda, within the East African community and solidarity of the African Union, shares the same dream with China to consider industrialization based on science and technology to be the bedrock of economic transformation. But to tie everything together, infrastructure in terms of roads, railway, water, air transport must be in place to connect markets. Likewise, energy in form of electricity must be available and at an affordable price to enhance competitive production. The process of establishing business through registration and other services must also be convenient to investors. The government of Uganda took a decision to establish a one-stop center and agency of Uganda Investment Authority to ensure that investors are attended to without delays. We want to make sure that the cost of doing business in Uganda is as low as possible to make the private sector competitive in the regional and the global markets. I wish to see that this forum, which is attended by very knowledgeable and experienced business players, offers a platform for candid discussions and identify solutions in terms of policy adjustments and procedural expedience. Turning specifically to the three components of this forum, namely investment, trade, and economic cooperation for Uganda's development, I wish to thank the government and the citizens of People's Republic of China for being friends in need. We have witnessed increased involvement of both Chinese government and private companies doing strategic works in the priority areas of Uganda's development, i.e. in oil, gas, roads, railway, power generation, building, etc. In addition to technical know-how of these companies, China has been very helpful in extending funding at favorable terms for Uganda's development, and we are grateful for this friendly gesture. Investment. For the past 6 years, China has steadily ranked among the top 2 sources of Uganda's foreign direct investment. Since 2011, UIA has registered US dollars 1.2 billion as planned investment from China, which translates into about 45,000 jobs. With investments in roads, railway, power, oil, gas rolling out in positive direction, Uganda wishes to attract investors in commercial agro production and processing, mining, tourism, services. Most importantly, we wish to see investors positioning Uganda for the strategic export basing on our relative advantage of available raw materials and central location on the continent so that by 2020, Uganda graduates to a middle income, thinking people in a middle income country. To achieve this, we need long-term friends and partners, and the Chinese fall under this category of people and investors. Trade. Total trade between Uganda and China reached about $932.8 million in 2015. But Uganda's export to China were only $57.7 million. Chinese exports to Uganda were worth $875.1 million. We need to correct this glaring imbalance. I would like this forum to explore avenues on how the two countries can improve the balance of trade. This is what we mean when we talk about a win-win founded partnership that brings mutual understanding, friendship, and harmony. Ugandans and Chinese need each other and should develop a long-lasting trade partnership based on a mutual benefit and trust. On behalf of the government, I would like to assure all potential investors from China that the investment climate in Uganda is constantly improving to support investment and business. There are generous sector-specific incentives in the priority sector I mentioned earlier. So please come and set up processing plants to produce what you are exporting to Uganda. The raw materials are abundant, and Uganda is transforming into a hub for business in the region. Economic partnership. Uganda would like to establish joint ventures and continue partnering with China in knowledge and skills development programs. One specific area to consider for China-Uganda partnerships is Uganda's plan to establish 22 industrial parks and trade-free zones for export. It is my hope that the Ugandan private sector will take steps to establish such linkages. This type of partnership will lead to gainful employment to a major section of our people, our population, and enhance rural industrialization, which will result into economic empowerment. Partnership in vocational training and apprenticeship are also needed to develop Uganda's human resource. I take this opportunity to thank the government of People's Republic of China for the conscious decision to invest in Africa, especially in infrastructure development. What Uganda and Africa in general need to unlock its potential is development of its infrastructure and market access for its products and services. I thank the Embassy of the People's Republic of China and Uganda for guiding Chinese Enterprises Chamber to move this far. This chamber is a good forum to harmonize the business cooperation between Uganda, private sector, and Chinese business community. The government of Uganda is committed in cooperating with China to ensure implementation of the China-Africa 10 cooperation plans and other strategic initiatives that were announced by His Excellency President Xi Jinping at the China-Africa Summit in Johannesburg 2015. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to emphasize that it is economic cooperation and increased Chinese investment initiatives in Uganda that will lead to skills and technology transfer, fairer terms of trade, increased production capacities, and industrialization to step Uganda into our desired middle-income status. I wish to thank the lead organizers of this forum, namely the Chinese Enterprises Chamber of Commerce with the Uganda Investment Authority and all those who have supported it. It is now my pleasure to declare the Uganda-China Economic and Trade Cooperation Forum 2017 officially open for God and my country.
May I now request His Excellency the Ambassador of China to Uganda and our VIPs, especially the ministers, to come forward. We will have a photo opportunity with the Vice President, and thereafter departure will be at his leisure. He's officially opened. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the Vice President, who has officially opened the Uganda-China Economic Investment and Trade Cooperation Forum 2017.
First three tables, middle three tables, then.
We request, of course, that the ministers, yes, and the UAA chairman, plus our keynote speakers, who will be seated with the Vice President. Let's smile. This will be on the headlines and the front page of the Monitor and New Vision, please. Just a few more minutes. Okay. Whoever's in charge of our people, please just help. Please help so we can. Yes, there you go. Your Excellency, thank you. Thank you so much. And before His Excellency leaves, we will have the national anthems. So we'll have the national anthems before His Excellency leaves. Let's prepare for that. Yes. May we all be upstanding, ladies and gentlemen. May we all stand. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we remain upstanding as the Vice President departs. Of course, he will be seen off by the Chinese ambassador to Uganda. All right, you may now take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. This forum, ladies and gentlemen, brings together senior government officials, including the ministers. I would like to recognize, because when we started she wasn't here, but may I recognize the presence of the Minister of State for Privatization and Investment, Ms. Evelyn Anite. As I mentioned, this forum brings together senior government officials, Chinese investors, and several corporate and government agencies that are here to fast-track and put together a conversation around transforming and fast-tracking Uganda's economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, our theme for this forum, leveraging China's cooperation to fast-track Uganda's infrastructure and industrialization development, cannot be put better than the person I will be inviting next to speak to us. He will be our first keynote speaker this morning. He is the first special representative of the Chinese government on African affairs, but also a former Chinese ambassador to South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, he will help us set the stage for a discussion on the importance of infrastructure development in Uganda's economic transformation and the role of Chinese enterprises in that transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me His Excellency Liu Guangzhen. Your Excellency, you're comfortable there? We wanted you here first, so you can then... Your Excellency, here, please come. Careful, careful. All
right. Good morning, everyone. I feel especially honored to be the first keynote speaker during the substantial discussion of the theme of our forum. I know that not due to my qualification, I think partly due to my senior age as a Mzai. Because in both Chinese and African culture, elders are normally respected. Well, I'm going to touch on the topic that is the important role of infrastructure development in Uganda's economic transformation and the important role played by the Chinese enterprises here. As you know that China started our economic reform and opening up to the outside world in the late 70s, last century. At that time, we had a very famous saying, which has become ever popular worldwide. That is to say, if you want to be rich, as the first step, you build more roads, which shows that how important the Chinese government, people, and enterprises attach to the development of infrastructure. And due to that practice, China has become number 2 in the size of economy. China has got a successful story in poverty reduction and poverty alleviation. And China has become a robust manufacturing producer the world over. I don't have to mention in detail our experiences in development as a developing country, the biggest in the world. I'm just going to say that the Chinese, well,
is not a wish to impose our modality and our model of development onto others, but we are more than willing to share our experiences in development, in poverty reduction, in effort-based development, and in medium and small industrial development. And I don't want to repeat what the ambassador said, Ambassador Zheng Zhuqiang and the Vice President said about what China has done in Africa as well as in Uganda. But I would like just to mention two reports. One is a report launched by the World Bank in the year 2008, entitled Building the Bridge, subtitled The Chinese Government's Important Role in Financing Sub-Saharan Africa Infrastructure Development. Another report just recently launched by the famous British consulting company Deloitte, entitled the 2015 Construction Trends in Africa. The two reports have the same conclusions. That is, the Chinese has overtaken the multilateral agencies and traditional donors to emerge as the biggest or major financer in Sub-Saharan Africa's infrastructure development. Well, you know that the Chinese government has launched another two bigger project. One is the One Belt and One Road initiative. Another is FOCAC, Forum of China-Africa Cooperation, to the FOCAC Forum, me myself, when I worked as Director General of Department of African Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in 1998, I was part of the efforts at the working level of launching that forum. The initials came from a visiting Minister of Foreign Affairs from Madagascar. The Chinese side responded positively, and after consultations with governments in Africa, and we launched that in October 2000. I did not imagine that has become such a successful story, an important platform, an effective mechanism, and a banner guarding South-South cooperation. Well, for the One Belt and One Road initiative, we are going to have a high-level forum inviting 28 leaders from the world over. Among them, 2 of them are coming from the region, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia and the President of Kenya. Well, for the FOCAC Forum, this Johannesburg Summit, President Xi Jinping announced the 10 major China-Africa cooperation plans. Among those 10 cooperation plans, infrastructure development occupies a prominent position. They include our cooperation on infrastructure, on industrialization, on modernization of agriculture, on financial cooperation, and on peace, security, people-to-people communications, and green and sustainable development, which covers almost all aspects of China-Africa cooperation. And the Belt and Road Initiative has 5 guiding principles, among which we in China call them the 5 connectivity, namely the policy coordination, the facilities, which we mean infrastructure connectivity, and the financial integration, and unimpeded trade, and people-to-people bonds, which are so very important to enhancing our mutual understanding and helping China and Africa into more closer cooperation. Well, coming to Uganda, Ambassador just gave us a brief account on our cooperation. I don't have to repeat. I just visited the website of the Chinese embassy and found the footprint of the ambassador. He visited among many organizations and projects. The project of the Shandong Industrial Park, and the project of another industrial park focused on agricultural production. And he visited the e-government project and the backbone internet infrastructure project connected by Huawei, the company every Chinese feels very proud of. And also the 2-year celebration of the Confucius Institute in the Makerere University, the very famous one in this part of the world, and to which the Hunan Xiangtan University has made its contribution. And more importantly, an occasion of donation by the Chinese Enterprises Chamber of Commerce to a school. Well, all this show that the Chinese embassy, the Chinese enterprises here in Uganda have a very strong presence, and they are performing their corporate social responsibilities. Well, for me as a private citizen, though a retired diplomat, I would like to say that in order to have a faster development here in Uganda, and in order to support your Uganda Vision 2040, the Chinese side, the government, the enterprises would like to make their contributions to synchronize our own efforts of deepening our economic reform and make our contribution. Well, we don't mean that simply that we are here as the philanthropists, as to do charitable work, and all the companies and businesses the world over and are, seeking, well, to develop in a sustainable way, to make money, but at the same time, they will have to make contributions to the local development and to the grassroots people. That is the way that we call mutual beneficiary. That is what we, from the Chinese side, I think the government or our embassy will continue to educate our companies to perform better their corporate social responsibility, to learn the local language, and to integrate with the local community, and to observe the local laws, regulations for environment, for labor, and to be law-abiding, to make money in a decent way, as a Chinese proverb says, that a gentleman loves wealth, but he gets it in a decent way. That is, but for the Uganda side, based on the Chinese experiences, I think to further improve the environment of investment and to reduce bottlenecks, administrative bottlenecks, and to make the Chinese companies feel more comfortable here to invest, gain more confidence, so that they could vote with their feet, and more Chinese companies would come. That is also based on our experiences. When China opened our door in the outside world, the government, both central and local, tried hard to improve our environment for investment. That is why China has become #1 in terms of getting foreign FDIs. Well, honestly, last year is not that good for the African development in economic terms, according to the two reports, one of the World Bank report and IMF report. The overall economy just grew 1.5%. And in order to address those constraints, I think that we'll need China, Africa, the Chinese government enterprises, and the Uganda government and people here to have more close cooperation for a joint development and to make more of our contributions. I would like to quote a saying from my fellow countryman, an Asian philosopher by the name of Confucius. He said that, do not do to others unless you would like it to be done to yourself. And he said at the same time that a gentleman wish to succeed, he has to first help others to be successful. Well, let's work together in the spirit of friendship, mutual beneficiary, and for the welfare of the people of both our two countries. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Mzee Lui Guizhen. I did mention that he's a former Chinese ambassador to South Africa, but he was also a Chinese ambassador to Zimbabwe, and is a friend of Africa, ladies and gentlemen. And we are indeed honored, Mzee, for speaking to us. Sheshe, sheshe. I guess, as I mentioned, that His Excellency, the former ambassador, would set the stage for a conversation. That conversation he did summarize in 5 words: infrastructure, digital connectivity, financial inclusion, people, which is human resource capacity, and of course, trade, partnerships and cooperation. And with this could go on, but we want now to invite our panelists this morning for our first panel discussion. I now welcome and want to invite the Honorable Minister of State for Privatization and Investment, Honorable Evelyn Anite, to join us on the platform. Please welcome the Honorable. Also joining us for our panel is the General Manager of Talo Uganda, Jimmy Mugera. Please come. Our other panelist is economic advisor, an economist, and one of the friends of investment, a conversation around investment, Dr. Fred Muhumza. Please join us on the podium, please. And finally, he is a member of the steering committee of Internet for All initiative of the World Economic Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, Adam Lane. So for gender balance, not on the panel, but really for this conversation, I only thought it was right that we have a lady moderate this session, and also not to have a lot of, just me on this podium. So may I request, she's the anchor Global Business Africa on China Global Television Network, which we all know as CCTV Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Uche Okoronko.
Thank you, Morris. Well, a good morning and a warm welcome to the esteemed audience and certainly my panel as well. And thank you very much, Mr. Lui Guizhen, for that very insightful presentation, of course, about China's willingness to share its experiences and, of course, invest on the continent. Well, let's go right ahead and kick off our panel today. And like the Vice President said, let's have a candid discussion about Uganda and certainly China's role in the country. And the big question we'll be addressing today is how can we deepen the engagement between China and Uganda, and certainly how can we ensure that this becomes a mutually beneficial relationship both for China and Uganda. And just before we get into our topic, which of course is infrastructure, let's start with getting the panel's insights on what Mr. Lui Guizhen said. And I'll start with you, Honorable Minister Anita Eveling. Give us your insights from a government's perspective on what he said.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, the members of Parliament, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to thank everyone for coming to this forum, and I also want to thank the organizers of this forum for inviting me for this forum. And particularly thank the former ambassador from China to South Africa for that wonderful presentation. I just want to, first of all, make a comment on his statement on creating favorable environment for investment. That is our goal as a government and as a country. What we have done is we want to cut down on bureaucracy, on how our investors can come and invest in this country without facing any bureaucracy and the red tapes that usually come and makes the investors to go out of the country. So what we've come and put in place is setting up a one-stop center which will serve the interests of investors from all the services that they would want to access, maybe work permit, all the other licenses that they would want, and they would not have to move to maybe 7 or to 5 different offices, but they would just access all these services in one physical place. But in addition to that, we have also decided to work with Uganda Investment Authority to establish an electronic one-stop center system that they don't have to go physically to an office, but just click on your computer, maybe an iPhone or on a laptop, just to access infrastructure services that all the other facilitations that you need that can facilitate investment promotion or investors in this country. But most importantly, what we realized as a country that was driving our investors out of this country and that we want to stop is corruption. So one thing that we have come out strongly, starting with the head of state, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, he just gave me a directive this week that we should set up a complete office with a hotline to make sure that every investor who feels that there's someone trying to get money out of him or her should just call the hotline, and I'm going to announce the hotline by Monday for these investors to call and report. Because one thing that the Chinese, particularly the Chinese investors, have reported time and again to us is corruption and bribery. So we want to improve the climate of doing investment in this country. We don't want our investors, so particularly the Chinese and all the other foreign investors, to be fleeced with their money, because for us, our goal as a country is industrialize our country, create employment opportunity for our young generation, and turn our country from being a supermarket to an industrialized and manufacturing country.
Well, thank you very much, Minister. And I'd just like to add, before we go ahead with the panel, that there will be an opportunity for you to ask them questions later. So please go ahead, write down your questions and pass them on to an usher, and we will ask them later. And moving on, let's go to our economist on the panel, Dr. Fred Muhumuza. Give us your insights into what Mr. Louis Guijin said.
Thank you. I'll first to correct what you have on your programs. I'm no longer the economic advisor to the minister, otherwise my minister here would be wondering where I have been. I was, and it was a good learning experience. And my first comment, I think, to his speech is actually in that direction. What did I find? During my time of advice, I remained an academic and a researcher. And I think one of the issues is raised beyond infrastructure. What we want to see from China is what can that infrastructure do, which is the policy advice, policy formulation, policy coordination. He mentioned those key issues. And I think one of the major setbacks or hindrances or deficits within the country is we have relied quite a lot more on the multilateral organizations for policy formulation, and most of these multilaterals will clearly tell you the political space is not our domain. But we all know development and politics move together. So the advice you want to learn now from the bilaterals and like countries like China is how do you blend development policy and the politics? Because if you do not learn that, then you'll have the hardline statements of economists who will tell you infrastructure will bring development. And you don't know what is the political climate and environment under which infrastructure must be if it is actually to bring the development. So we want to be able to blend that. I think my second last part of it as of now is we need each other. How do you build your local markets? A lot of things we do, we want to do to export. We want to do for the foreign. How are we building our own local market? I know China is now literally working ground to build its internal market, going on by what is happening in the global markets. The global markets have literally disappeared. The politics over the day is even now trying to close them further. So how do we rely on building up the Ugandan market to be the one to drive the industrialization, the manufacturing, which will actually make sure we get the value out of the infrastructure that China has helped us put in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. And of course, Mr. Mugerwa, you're from the private sector, from Tullow Oil. Give us your private sector perspective.
Okay, thanks. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me and putting up this forum. I think it's the right time. I would like to give a perspective from different perspective. One from a perspective of where is the opportunity in Uganda for all those Chinese industries. But the other one is also to give a real example of a cooperation, because as you know, Tullow Oil is in a joint venture with Sinopec and Total. So I could give an example of working with Chinese enterprises. But to pick up from the guest of honor's speech, the Vice President, the Ambassador, and also Ambassador Liu, I think the key thing, if Uganda is going to industrialize, is to ensure that we tap in that $12 trillion economy. If we are not tapping into that economy, we will probably are dreaming in terms of the journey to industrialize. And the opportunity that the oil and gas gives us, as an example, is that we will be able to at least sell into the economy of China without just doing petty trade. Because you've got a $12 trillion business, and today the business, if you look at the trading balance and you had the numbers, I think the numbers are, they are unproportioned. So we need to address that. And the way to address that is, especially for the Chinese business communities that are here, is that we have a project that is coming on. Everybody is looking at Uganda becoming an oil producer in 2020. But even before you become an oil producer in 2020, the opportunities are actually now. We've got infrastructures coming on. We need 800 kilometers of roads. We've got 12 million tons of materials which we need to import through the ports. We have camps we need to build. We've got 230,000 barrels of oil. Uganda has one of the, has a world-class oil project. So the opportunities for the Chinese businesses. And what we have seen is, and I would like to recognize my partner, unfortunately is taking pictures, Shao, who is the president of Sinopec. But in working with Sinopec, the cooperation we have seen where Ugandans can tap in is that they tend to be very cost conscious, they're very efficient, they're very respectful to the community and the various stakeholders. And there are a couple of advantages which we need to bring home. But that doesn't come with challenges, and those are the challenges that some of the businesses, as we're building this relationship, we need to address, and maybe we can come back to that later.
And what about you, Adam? What do you think? Adam is from the World Economic Forum. Give us that global perspective based on what he talked about, especially about China's willingness and certainly the experiences that Uganda can take from that.
Thank you very much, Uche, and thank you everyone for the invitation to be here. I've actually lived in China myself for more than 10 years, although I'm clearly not Chinese. I'm from Britain, maybe the old or the traditional trading partner. And I've seen how infrastructure has dramatically transformed China since I was living there before I then began to move and work a lot more in Africa. But I also think, and the Ambassador Liu mentioned it earlier, one of the key issues that China has invested in, which is really an important part of infrastructure but is not always thought of as infrastructure, is around technology. We use the acronym ICT, Information and Communication Technologies. And where would we be without information? What future economy can we have without an economy based on information and knowledge and communication? And China's invested tremendously in ICT, and that's underlined everything from e-commerce within the domestic market to overseas sales to industrialization. ICT has really been a key part of that, to the efficiencies of ports and roads and railways and so on. And I think ICT is tremendously important in poverty alleviation as well. If you can provide information, you can provide public services, you can dramatically transform the lives of those across the country, especially in very rural areas. And from the World Economic Forum's Internet for All project, where I sit on, our perspective of ICT is a very unusual and unique part of the infrastructure environment. You can provide connectivity in hours or days, and that can transform people's lives almost overnight. You bring them in touch with their relatives, with markets, through mobile money, getting access to finance, loans, savings, remittances, and so on. So it's very, very important. It also empowers individuals, whether it's women. Also enables those who are in rural areas to get access to information and knowledge and services they wouldn't otherwise have without having to move to the city. So it's a very interesting part of infrastructure that's very, very important. I think Uganda's made very good progress with that, but there's still many, many people who are not using broadband internet. And actually, at World Economic Forum today in Durban in South Africa, we're launching a report. We have a project working with the 4 Northern Corridor countries, of which Uganda is one of them, to say how do we get more people online. And if I can take a minute just to share with you some of the thoughts of that report, we looked at the investment required to get an extra 10 million Ugandans online, and as well as those in Kenya, South Sudan and Rwanda, the other Northern Corridor projects. And one of the interesting findings is the government plays a very important role in facilitating investment and also reducing the investment that's needed. And ICT has an unusual aspect where policy plays an important role, but ICT also enables huge operational efficiencies and savings that in turn creates a very strong business case. And we talk about investment. Investment will only work if there's a business case for the investor, the investee, the country, the customers, and so on. So for example, we look at 3 policy mechanisms that the government could take in these 4 countries, and actually those policy mechanisms can reduce the cost of connecting those people, 25 million across Northern Corridor, including 10 million in Uganda, by 23%. That's a very significant saving. You're reducing the cost of investment by a quarter. But most importantly, by reducing that cost of investment, you actually make a positive business case. Whereas maybe now it's not profitable for private sector to invest in rural connectivity, for example, with some policy support, it can become profitable. And that, I think, is very important, and certainly that's experience from China. The government has to play a very active role, and that's also, I think, the important lesson to be learned here. And I'll lastly mention another survey came out just a couple of weeks ago called the Global Connectivity Index. The World Bank has done other reports on this too, as has the ITU, which shows that investment in ICT brings a 3-to-1 return. So for every dollar or every shilling invested, you get a benefit of 3. And I think that's very, very important. We all have limited resources, whether it's the Chinese government, Chinese businesses, local government or local businesses. So we have to be very careful where we invest those resources and be very resourceful in investing them appropriately so we get the most benefit, and especially for those who most need that benefit. So we think certainly the ICT is one of the key aspects of infrastructure that we should be investing more in to really benefit and drive the economy forward. And I think China has some very good lessons learned, and that can be shared with the Ugandan government and country and investors as well. Thank you.
Now, I think one interesting thing you mentioned there is for investment to happen, there has to be a valid business case to push that forward. And I would like to pose this to Mr. Louis Guijin. Give us some insight into the investment, the business case for Uganda. What are your thoughts on the opportunities that Uganda poses for Chinese businesses looking to come into the country? And certainly, what are Chinese enterprises looking to Uganda for, not just its private sector, but its government as well? Just have him put on his microphone.
In Uganda, with a younger population and with a very rich, a good climate and a strong government, has a lot of opportunities for the Chinese enterprises. The country could take advantage of the late development to use the science and technologies already mature, and for which they don't have to pay for that intellectual property rights prices to develop the economy, to have a kind of what we call leapfrog development. And they don't have to, to pass all the stages like China and other developed world has taken. For instance, in ICT technology, and they don't have to concentrate on the landlines, fixed lines, and they can come directly to mobile and that kind of technology. I remember that last year, the WEF Africa Summit was convened in Kigali. I attended that forum. The title of that forum is Linking African Resources by Digital Transformation, which is, I think, so very important. I think all these areas are opportunities for China because China has accumulated enough funds. We have money, we have technology, we have professionals, and African countries as well as Uganda is lack of infrastructure, backward infrastructure, and shortage of funds, and also inadequate professionals and skills. So the prospects are wider and opportunities are big for the Chinese corporations.
Now, I'd like to get your perspective, Honorable Minister, because in order for infrastructure to develop, in order for the private sector to aid Uganda in its infrastructure role development, there needs to be the right environment. And there have been concerns in Uganda about the investment environment. So give us some scope. Give us your plans to better Uganda's investment environment, so that some of the Chinese companies here will understand what Uganda's government is doing to open up the doors for them to come in.
Thank you once again. I first of all want to start by making this comment that there is no better destination other than Uganda for any investor to invest in the world. Why? Uganda has the best peace, security, and stability, particularly in the East African region. And what does an investor need? An investor needs an assurance that if he or she invests his money in your country, he's not going to run away because of war. And this is one thing that makes Uganda tick. As a country, we are just confident and very sure that if any investor brings millions of US dollars of his or hers to invest in infrastructure, agro-processing or oil and gas sector, you're not going to run away because of instability. We don't have any hope of having instability in the country. So that is a given for us as a country, and I want to assure the world that if you're looking for security of your investments, this is the place to invest in. As a country, what are some of the plans? I did mention earlier on that one thing that we realized that was a challenge that is facing us as a country is the bureaucracy. We initially were taking 1 month to give an investment license to an investor, or even a trading license, or clearance from NEMA. But all this, as government, we've improved our plans. And what have we done? We say that we'll be giving our investment license all the requirements that is needed to facilitate investment in the country. We'll be giving all these licenses within a day. And for me, I believe that is going to improve the life of doing business and easing way of doing business in our country. Other than that, one thing which is a big challenge, if as the Minister of Investment, that I came across and realized that was facing our investors. Again, I did mention this in my opening remarks, and I want to say, which is our goal, is now making sure that our investors do not go through the middlemen to access investment facilities in the country. We will want to make it very clear to them that they can just go to a one-stop center or an electronic one-stop center and access these facilities. And something which is unique to only Uganda, if you go anywhere in the world, that is only in Uganda that we give land to investors for free. So we want to facilitate our investors, whatever amount of land that they would want to put their infrastructure in, they will not have to purchase because they do not know the dynamics of acquiring land in this country. So as government, we've taken a deliberate step to give land to our investors for free.
Now, Mr. Mugerwa, you're an investor in Uganda's private sector. What is your experience, and certainly where do you think there's room for improvement as well?
Yeah, I think First of all, we should commend government, especially on our project. I think our projects today, when we talk, it's never been in a better place than it has always been. We've always struggled, but there are some lessons from the past. I think one of the things, like the minister touched on, is bureaucracy, the speed at which things are done, decisions are taken, from the time statements are made, public statements are made, to actually implementing it is a challenge. And I think we can't hide away from that. When I talk to my Chinese partners, they tell me the thing that works in China is that if a government official delays something, he could be sacked just because of something like that. So that is one. The other thing where we struggle, I think like all developing countries, is around prioritization. I think we tend to want to do too many things too quickly, and in the process, we create expectations which we can't manage. So government could improve in terms of prioritizing, pick a few focus areas, be realistic, and work with them. The other one where I think government could also benefit from some experiences is bringing in more of the private sector guys to talk with them as they're doing the planning, the implementation, the budgeting process. And in that way, you really design something that is implementable. I think that's the challenge. I mean, there are a couple of more challenges, but for me, those are the big ones. Prioritization, bureaucracy, and also ensuring that you have the private sector who votes with their feet and their money on the table when you're discussing something important.
Mm-hmm. Now, Dr. Muhumuza, you're an economist, like we mentioned earlier. He talked about bringing in the private sector. When we talk about infrastructure, Uganda's government has dramatically increased the amount it's going to spend on infrastructure in the next fiscal year by about $1.1 billion. Is this enough? And certainly, how can the private sector bridge that gap? And how can Chinese companies bridge that gap as well?
Yeah, interesting question, because call me an economist, then you're talking about two hands, on the one hand and on the other hand, and I think you begin to see the challenge the minister has. Uganda is the best destination, but where are the investors? Why are they not coming? What else is missing? So when government is trying to do the infrastructure development, you address the supply side, and it's very easy to have the billions build roads that are politically determined. So when the private sector come in, they don't see the private interest in there, because this road is there, but it was determined on a political basis. And that's why I think you're saying when you bring in the private sector to build the road and complement government, the private sector cannot build a political road. Because some of these are usually toll roads, so the private sector will be saying, if I build this road, how will I be paid back? So they will never do a road, or if they do it, they will be saying, how can we stimulate local development in this, so that this road actually sees the traffic, because I want to charge whatever is happening that side. I think that's the side you want to bring upon the conversation, and where the private sector can now sit. As I said, do not just make policies, government sitting with multilaterals. Multilaterals are not necessarily private-oriented institutions, but when you bring the private sector on board, they will begin to say, I don't see a market there. The road is there, but where is the market? Which will begin to inform government on the other side of the conversation to say, how do you build the local market? Can we actually modernize agriculture? Because that will create incomes for these people, and I begin to see people who will buy my products when I do invest here. Can we promote tourism? Can we actually do some resolve the land issues? Because Ugandans are land-based. Without land, these households will remain poor. And with poor households, a private investor is not seeing anything. He's trying to see what are the income levels. Because I want to invest in manufacturing, I want to invest in infrastructure, but I must get my return, and my return can only come if I sell products. Now, some of these things are not seen from the government side, they are not seen from the multilateral side, they can be seen by the Mugarwas of this world to say, I don't see what you are saying, Minister. I'm trying to see incomes. So I think we need to bring more of the private sector right away from which roads do we do and why are we doing them. It's okay to do your political road, but can you do the extra? to build those incomes, to resolve the land issues, to grow these household incomes, to tap into the regional trade. We don't have to balance our trade deficit with China by sending goods to China. But if I can tap into Chinese investments to enable more tapping into the regional markets, then I will have balanced my trade with China. Thank you.
Now, Adam, I want to get your perspective on how you think Uganda should approach China as it's negotiating, like Dr. Muhumuza just mentioned, as it's negotiating private sector coming in to help it boost its infrastructure. How do you think Uganda's government and Uganda's private sector as well should negotiate with government? What are some of the areas you think both parties should be wary of? He's talked about the fact that we also need to look at the grassroots and how it's going to go beyond development and affect the population. And give me some insight into what the success stories you've seen on the continent are. Those are very many questions, I know.
Yeah, there are a lot of questions. Well, firstly, we have to state the obvious, which is there's very big differences between China and Uganda. Yeah, and that's not a bad thing. There are some similarities too, but there's also very big differences. The important thing is to understand those differences. They're not just cultural, they're linguistic, they're geographical, they're population, they're historical. And that's a big challenge when you're looking across collaboration, whether it's joint ventures or signing contracts. You have to spend the time to understand those differences. And that will really help, whether people are signing MOUs or making announcements or making promises, and then build that culture of trust. Chinese culture is very much focused on trust, but trust doesn't take a few weeks to build. Chinese culture is that trust takes a very long time to build, and you have to earn that trust. And you need to do that as any business partner, as any government, public-private partnership. You need to have that trust and earn it. And if you do that well and successfully, it may take time. I understand we don't want to take too much time. Things will be sustainable. You have a good, strong partnership that can make money for both partners, and therefore can grow in the future. And there's also a challenge. There's no such thing as having your cake and eating it. Things can be too good to be true. So we have to also be careful of what we're promising and how we're engaging with partners, and trying to be quite open. Of course, we want to have conversations, you want to negotiate, but if one person loses out in a negotiation or partnership, it's not a partnership, and it's not going to work. Then you start cutting corners, whether it's quality or speed or time, and then you're going to have problems. Your buildings could collapse, roads won't be good quality, products may be poor quality, partnerships aren't going to grow, and then you actually destroy the reputation of your country as an investment location, and the businesses can destroy their reputation as well. I know these are issues across Africa for both the investment countries as well as the Chinese enterprises. So both sides, it's not just the Ugandan side, it's the Chinese side who have to take that time to really understand that. And I think a forum like this is a good chance to bring people together to raise these issues and help bridge those kind of issues. In terms of success stories, I think due diligence is very important. We need to spend some time understanding the partners we want to work with. Both in China and in Africa, people can often say things that it maybe isn't based on reality. That maybe they haven't got those capabilities, they haven't got that financing. We have to check that before we make decisions. That's the way life is, to be very honest. There are things around local supplier development. I think that's actually a really huge opportunity in Africa. You can't always jump straight to the top of the value chain. You have to work your way up. And in terms of creating jobs, being the suppliers is very important. Like whether you're building roads or building base stations or laying fiber or building buildings, having good, capable local suppliers with good, capable talent and skills and professionalism, that's very important. That's also a role the government can play in helping build that capability. The training programs, the management approaches, the financing, and so on. So that supplier development is very, very important. And corruption, I think, as the Minister mentioned, is also an issue around engaging with suppliers too, and reducing that friction and making it easier and quicker to work with suppliers. And the last thing maybe to mention is around talent. I think it takes a long time to build talent, but it needs to be quite strategically done, and the government can really help facilitate that at high-end talent as well as low-end talent. And unfortunately, in many places around the world, there aren't that many good case practices where there's good engagement between government, the training institutions, and the businesses. Unfortunately, there's still a very big gap. and understanding what are the skills needed, not just for now, but for the future. And helping bring those partners together, understand the needs of businesses and what is there for the talent, and what are the most efficient means of transferring those skills.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to get a sense from Mr. Liu Guijin. You've been the ambassador to Zimbabwe, to South Africa. What do you think is unique about Uganda? And certainly, in that uniqueness, what can Uganda learn from China's experience as well? What are some of the things Uganda can pull out of China's experience and apply to its unique picture?
Well, up to now, the Uganda government has done a good job in general. I think from Chinese experiences and also based on my personal experiences of being ambassador in Africa and traveled to, among all the 54 countries except the 51 African countries. Well, my feeling is that, for Uganda government, tried to speed up the development process and to have a kind of faster change than what it is now. I think one thing is that to get what we call the PPP partnership, public partnership, more in force, and also be more dynamic in pushing education and skills development, and also at the same time to raise the government efficiency. That is to cut down the administrative bottlenecks.
Now, we've talked a lot about improving government efficiency, and I'd like for you to highlight exactly where the opportunities are for some of the Chinese companies here in the room and local private sector as well. Where exactly are the opportunities that government is opening up? And that's to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you once again. There's that talk about improving efficiency. Just emphasize what I had already emphasized. That is what work in progress, and I did mention earlier on that it's a growing concern for us, and we're just not sitting on cutting on the bureaucracy and improving efficiency of doing business or attracting investors in this country. We are actually working towards that, and every single day we set our fingers on trying to see how we can make it a lot more easy and cut all those bureaucracy. You did ask me a question about the investment opportunities for the foreign investors in the country. One top for me investment opportunity for the foreign investors in the country is in agro-processing. Because as you might be aware, Uganda agriculture is the backbone of our country. And so we need food in the country, not only to feed our population, but also to be able to export. So there is just vast of opportunity with our fertile soils that if we have investors coming to tap that opportunity of improving in our agriculture sector and bringing irrigation systems to make sure that we have large-scale agriculture production. That is one untapped opportunity that many investors have not gone to. So I would just like to appeal to them to go to that sector. And then we have the infrastructure. We are constructing roads, schools, hospitals, and that a number of Chinese investors have already gone to that sector. But we want quality job, and we want to do them in a very fast speed at the same time. And not so many companies from China are concentrating themselves on the infrastructure development. So there are just a handful of them. So we would want to ask them that to use this opportunity to attract many, many more of them to come and tap the opportunity of infrastructure development in the country. We have the oil and gas sector. Competition is healthy. We already have some investors in that sector, but we would want a lot more of them to come. Industrialization, you did hear the Vice President in his speech, opening this forum, mentioning our need or aspiration to establish 22 industrial parks. Just to add on the 22, we have a plan of constructing 5 industrial parks in a year. And so I'm very happy to announce this, that some of the Chinese investors have piqued interest in this, and particularly we are going to have the Mbale Industrial Park developed by one of the Chinese companies who are in this country, in this hall already, the Changchang Group and Changshan, the chairman, Paul Zhang, I can see he's even in this forum. They're already tapping that opportunity. But I want to call many more because we want to construct 25 of them and 5 in a year. So that is still a virgin area. We're going to give the park. All we need them to do is come and construct for us the park and then come along with investors to come and establish factories in that park, quality factories. What we look at as a country above all is quality infrastructure development. And we also want us to attract investment in as low as manufacturing home appliances, even mobile phones. We don't have, literally as a country, we export almost everything. We have started our campaign of Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. That only means that we would want to turn our country around. From exporting everything from tiles to chairs from China, we love China. That's why we keep on going to China. But we want you to help us to develop our country by not making us to import from your country, but manufacturing all that we import from your country in our country, so that you can also help us to create employment opportunities. I did mention that we want to reach middle income status by the year 2020. So I believe together with the support of the Chinese companies, we would be able to reach that status. But how are we going to reach there? We want them to not to import what they have from the countries. You've been seeing talk about low quality infrastructure, maybe clothes or textile and other materials that we export from China to this country. I just want to use this opportunity to tell them, also to pass a message to the Chinese companies that our focus is quality, and our focus, we would give them all the incentives that they need. First of all, it's going to be better. We're going to make it very expensive for anyone to import items from China, and put heavy taxes levy on them. But if they manufacture them here, we'll give them a number of tax exemptions, because those will be our investor incentives for them, because all we want to see is manufacturing in the country, not exportation or importation into our country.
And Mr. Mugarwa, I'd like to get your insights on the oil and gas sector. Quite a lot of spending expected in the oil and gas sector, about $14 billion going forward. What are the opportunities in that sector beyond just pumping the oil?
Thanks. I mean, I think we're almost starting to sound like a broken record telling people about the opportunities in oil and gas. But the oil and gas, our commitment as joint venture partners, Total, Sinok, and Tullow, is that we'd like first oil in 2020. But before first oil in 2020, we need to build the infrastructure. Actually, if you look at our project today, it is an infrastructure and logistic project. So you've got opportunities of, I told you, we're 1,500 kilometers from the coast. We're going to be importing all these huge 12 metric tons. That's about 350 trucks a day. You're talking about 50,000 people. And there are opportunities for roads, there are opportunities, I mean, talking specifically addressing the Chinese. the opportunities to build roads, the opportunities to do bridges, the opportunities to build camps, the opportunities to do the airport. Then there are going to be opportunities for the people who will be supplying the smaller industries, bolts and nuts. And like the minister says, some of those we can manufacture here. The law is very clear that you will need to have joint venture partners. And this is the opportunity that we start, bringing in our local Ugandan partners. And I'm a little bit disappointed because I don't see a lot of Ugandan businessmen in this forum who have been talking to us to engage with the Chinese businesses. But they will need to do joint ventures. And those joint ventures will need to be done like yesterday, because we need to get the oil in 2020. So the opportunities are huge. And my appeal to the business community is that engage with us, talk with us, so that we can share with you where the opportunities are. But can I also say something? As we build the joint ventures between the Ugandan businesses and the Chinese businesses, there are different work ethics. There are different work ethics. There are different expectations. Therefore, there will have to be a bit of fine-tuning here and there. And for me, the case in mind today is we walked into this room, and this side was full, and this other side wasn't full. Mm-hmm. And this side full of Chinese, the Ugandans hadn't arrived yet. And those are work ethics which we take for granted, but they help in building trust.
Now, before we throw it to the audience, I'd like, and go ahead and put up your hand if you have a question, and they'll bring you a paper, and go ahead and pass it on to the ushers. But I would like to be realistic with Dr. Muhumuza. I would like you to give me your realistic perspective. In order for this partnership between China and Uganda to be mutually beneficial, what do you think needs to happen on both sides?
I'll pick it up from Mugerwa's statement. Work ethics, let's be realistic. If you're still having people asking for small things, bribes, and the bureaucracy, China doesn't work with like that. The first time I went to China, I was watching the program of the president's arrival, and I said he departs at 12, 11, and I said, why didn't they say 10? So to them a minute matters. 11 is not 10. So you have to get to that level of ethics, and I think talking about that, we must deal with the bureaucracy. And bureaucracy in Uganda is dealt with by politics. Honorable Minister, we've got to get serious. You're not going to deal with bureaucracy by talking. Let's be realistic here. It's going to be politics. If somebody has not performed, they have not delivered, and they're actually held responsible, they got everything to deliver, the road is not there, the hospital is not there, what are they doing in that office? Let us sack them. So we have to deal with the bureaucracy that way. I remember, thank you. We have to be realistic. 8 years ago, he may not remember, once an advisor, you remain an advisor, like ambassadors. And I'm glad here is the ambassador, His Excellency, Honorable Kiyonga. I was once a minister in defense. And I remember having a discussion with him to say, to deal with agriculture, value addition in agriculture, the hindrance now is there's not enough supply. We are not talking about here 2 tons a day. Value addition involves gasoline in 100 tons per hour. Where are these volumes? And I remember trying to excite him to bring the army into the production of planting materials. Not even production of what the factories will chew. Because I could foresee at that point a problem of planting materials, seed, for this country. But Uganda have all these excuses. When it doesn't happen, it was the drought. Next thing, it was too much rain. Now it is armyworms. This is the bureaucratic kind of thing. Eventually, they will now begin to blame Trump. Now, people are talking about, you see the Chinese traders. Let's face it. It is bureaucracy. Politically, we must deal with it. Once we do that, we will be home and dry.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, I do have a question for Honorable Louis Guijin from the audience. and this is from the president of the China Alumni Association in Uganda. And he asks you, Chinese investors are blamed for not tapping into local talent here in Uganda, especially for professional roles like engineering and business. Now, using your experience, how can Chinese enterprises make use of local talent, especially for example where we have Chinese trained professionals who understand the language and culture and get most times not given the opportunity for significant roles in these enterprises?
Well, in a sense, also for China, we are faced with constraints of lacking, professional people and people to know outside world, know Africa, know countries like Uganda, who know the language, culture of the countries they are posted or they wish to work to. And but now the structure of the Chinese diplomats are changing in recent years. We have now enrolled more and more young cadres who have experiences in local work in the production-related kind of professions. That is we try to make Chinese diplomats more down to earth and more more knowledgeable about the economic cooperation and economic side. But for local Chinese companies or Chinese entrepreneurs who are working in countries like Uganda or other countries, that has also always has been the policy for the government to encourage them to be adaptable to the local culture, learn local language, and be part of the local people, not just come here to make money and send the money back to Beijing or to their home, to the big house and live here. And they regard the places where they work, where they start their business as their own and be part of the people here.
Well, thank you very much for that. Now, of course, we're running out of time. We're very tight, so we have to wrap up the panel. But I would like to thank you all for your insights. And people in the audience, do feel free to walk up to them and have a discussion if you still have other questions. Unfortunately, I know you have, but we don't have any more time. Thank you. I'd like to throw it back to the moderator, Mr. Morris, to take us to the next part. And please give our panelists a hand.
Surely we can do better than that as the panelists leave the podium. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. And to Uche too, thank you so much for handling the first panel. You will of course be back to work on to engage the second panel in our session very shortly. I want to mention, as she said, if you have a question, please jot it down on the notepad on a piece of paper, raise your hand, one of our ushers will walk to you and pick up that question. It could be for both the first panel and the next panel that will be coming up. So please do feel free to share with us that question. We'll then pass it on to Uche to be able to ask our panelists. So ladies and gentlemen, we are taking a very, very short water break. And the reason for this is not to ask you to leave the room or leave for your other business, but basically to allow for us to quickly reset for the next panel. A couple of technical things here and there we'll need to do, but also to allow you talk to your neighbor. We have a culture here. You sit and think you're very intelligent. You sit next to your neighbor and look at your phone. I honestly want us to talk to each other, because this is the reason we're here. This is a forum for us to engage and build new partnerships, right? Yes. And so when Jimmy Bugara was saying Chinese were seated here and Ugandans here, and actually I agree, there's more Chinese here than Ugandans here. I think we're going to work on that in the water break. We will need to mix the audience. So this is a water break. Please feel free to pick a bottle of water, share a business card with your neighbor, ask them where they're from. They could be your next employer, or they could actually be your wife, next wife. If you don't have one. Okay, so let's take this very short break. And as we take this break, I want you to, if you're seated and you're I guess, alone, you can watch this video. This was put together by the Chinese enterprise group that speaks about the investment, Chinese investment in Uganda. It's well done, well produced, and it would be nice for you to look at this. Again, I need to mention, there's lots of cameras in here because this is a live broadcast on NTV Uganda. Please smile, yeah? Do not look gloomy, because your neighbor at home will tell you when you go back. Okay, please enjoy the water break. Thank you very much.
Uganda, also known as the Pearl of Africa, is a landlocked country located in East Africa. It is famous for its friendly population, rich cultural heritage, stable economy, rich natural resources, and unique tourist attractions. Kampala, the country's capital and largest city, is located in central Uganda. It is the economic and administrative hub of Uganda. Entebbe is a major town built in the peninsula of Lake Victoria and is the location of Entebbe International Airport, the country's principal and only international airport. Munyonyo is an important center on the shores of Lake Victoria. Connecting these three strategic locations is the Kampala-Entebbe Expressway, with the main line measuring 36.94 kilometers from Busega to Entebbe, and the Munyonyo Spar Road, which runs from Munyonyo to Kajansi, measuring 12.62 kilometers. It is the first road in Uganda designed and built adopting Chinese standard specifications. A symbolic landmark of the dream of a modern Uganda today. It is funded by China Exim Bank and the government of Uganda. The road is also the first in Uganda to have the road toll system introduced. There are 3 road toll plazas at Kajansi, Busega, and Nkumba. The ultra-modern expressway has 4 interchanges at Kajansi, Busega, Abaita Babiri, and Lueza. 6 main bridges spanning 2.77 kilometers located at Busega, Nalukolongo, Kajansi, Nambigirwa, Lueza, and Kauga. The expressway also has 19 overbridges, 41 culvert and underpass to allow easy vehicle and pedestrian access to different locations along the expressway. The project set up 1 asphalt mixing plant, 1 cement stabilized crushed stone, and graded crushed stone mixing plant. The project set up 3 concrete mixing plants located at Busega, Bukasa, and Kigo. The embankment crosses a total 15 kilometers of swamp, with some water areas measuring 2 to 3 meters deep. This was a big challenge during construction. To solve this, we used advanced technology to treat the swamp by building cofferdams. We then proceeded to draw the water, perform dredging, and then placing back filling rocks to overcome the challenge and make the road more stable. The longest bridge is 1,450 meters long. It is the longest bridge in East Africa and is found on the Nambigirwa swamp. This is the widest swamp on the expressway, where some of the water areas are 12 meters deep. We used temporary steel bridges before pile construction. The longest bridge built using 464 girders on 240 piles, which are 55 meters deep each. This bridge was another important part of the project that has been successfully constructed. When the project is completed, it will greatly improve existing traffic conditions from Kampala to Entebbe. The time spent driving from Kampala to Entebbe will be reduced from 2 hours to just 30 minutes. During construction of the expressway, 1,500 jobs were created locally and businesses benefited from this project.
On this particular project of the Entebbe Express Highway, we've sold over 100,000 tons of cement, and we're still supplying until the project is completed.
The project is under construction by China Communications Construction Company Limited. It mainly offers infrastructural solutions in areas of investment, design, and transport. CCCC is consistently the largest international engineering procurement construction contractor. It has set up 175 overseas branches and offices in 97 countries and regions around the world and operates substantively in more than 120 countries and regions. CCCC is dedicated to build a better connected world, make cities more livable, and create better life for people. Thank you for watching.
Civil Engineering Update, brought to you by Dot Services Limited. As you drive into Ishaka town, you cannot miss the eye-catching junction leading to the 35-kilometer newly constructed Ishaka-Kagamba Road. This road is one of the recent projects undertaken by an indigenous Ugandan contractor, Dot Services Limited. The road that was previously impassable connects to the Ntungamo-Rukunjiri Highway.
Originally, it used to take around an hour from China-Uganda to Ishaka. But now, because it has been worked on, it is now a good road, and we appreciate the government intervention because of that.
The commencement date for the contract was 1st December 2011, so to the ordinary person, the contractor spent too much time on a simple 35-kilometer road. But the director of Dot Services explains that many challenges set in during construction, thereby delaying the project.
The project has been designed. The material is supposed to come from those cut sections, but those were not available for cut due to compensation issues. The employer also did not want to allow the contractor to access material from outside the project.
You have with relation to land laws and things like that, you will have people who will contend. The people who are affected by projects will sometimes don't really want to give right of way.
Many sections of the road are swampy, and nearly half of the sides of the entire road are enveloped by steep slopes with porous, weak soils. In order to prevent the soils from blocking the road and even weakening it, stones were held together on the sides using wire mesh twisted by well-trained personnel.
You'll see this is the material which is there. You can see it as a very strong material when it is dry, but it's very soft when it is wet.
The 10-meter road was constructed with a strong base and sub-base to ensure it withstands climatic and axle weight challenges. The drainage was constructed to contain powerful runoffs during the rainy season, since the fast-flowing water comes from steep slopes. The road also has side metal barriers fitted with reflectors. These light up at night with every approaching vehicle that flashes light on the metal. Access to the road was also made easier so that motorists can join or exit the new road with ease. The Ishaka-Kagamba Road was completed on 30th June 2016. The 41-kilometer Kafu-Masindi Road was the first road project Dot Services began executing in 2004. Over 10 years later, the road is still intact with no single crack and no depressions on the surface.
It has also been our aspiration to make sure that, as a road contractor, you really cannot advertise yourself. Your work should do that.
A large section of the road went through swamps. Instead of rock filling, opted for the cheaper but effective method. Capillarity action, where the water seeps through the base, leaving the road intact. For 10 years, government has not spent much on maintaining the Kafu-Masindi Road. Civil Engineering Update, brought to you by Dot Services Limited.
Here is your order.
I think this is not exactly what we ordered. I ordered a Coca-Cola without sugar.
No problem. I can give you 0 calories, 0 sugar, and a great Coca-Cola taste. Here is the Coca-Cola 0 sugar that you ordered. Do it again. You still look like you need a Coca-Cola. No! Why don't you look inside your bag?
I nearly lost my first child, Felix, because I didn't support him and his mother during pregnancy and after birth. I learned the hard way and decided to go all the way for my second child, Naigaga. Unlike Felix, when Naigaga's mother was pregnant with her, I made sure she ate as advised. We attended antenatal care. And breastfed her from the first hour of birth. Felix suffered a lot from our ignorance. We never kept him warm and clean, breastfed him for a very short time, did not give him nutritious foods, and we were always in hospital, not for checkups, but admission. However, we did things differently with Naigaga. We returned her to the health centers advised for immunization and regular checkups. We made sure Naigaga slept under treated mosquito net and learned to wash hands at an early age. Naigaga is happy, healthy, and clever because we did things differently. I learned the hard way and decided to go all the way with Naigaga.
That's his way of taking charge of his family.
Here is your order.
I think this is not exactly what we ordered. I ordered a Coca-Cola without sugar.
No problem. I can give you 0 calories, 0 sugar, and a great Coca-Cola taste. Here is the Coca-Cola 0 sugar that you ordered. Do it again. You still look like you need a Coca-Cola. No! Why don't you look inside your bag?
Today is a special day with Santa Lucia. Santa Lucia, you've got to taste it to believe it.
Here is your order.
I think this is not exactly what we ordered. I ordered a Coca-Cola without sugar.
No problem. I can give you 0 calories, 0 sugar, and a great Coca-Cola taste. Here is the Coca-Cola 0 sugar that you ordered. Do it again. You still look like you need a Coca-Cola. No! Why don't you look inside your bag?
I see what coffee can do. You get a little more hyper. I guess it's very good and might be a very good challenge or an opportunity for the next panel. You have a more vibrant team that will be listening in and engaging. We'll try towards the end to have some little time for the questions from the audience, which you will share with us. So please do share with us and let them keep coming. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our second session of this Uganda-China Economic Investment and Trade Cooperation Forum 2017. We move into a discussion on industrialization and the role of Chinese enterprises to drive that engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite, he is the Chief Expert, Industrialization and Co-Chair of Technical Advisory of the Technical Advisory Board, Made in Africa Initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Pan Lee.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So it's here great opportunity for me to share with you about how is the investment environment in Africa under the restructuring of global value chain. So I would like to give you a successful example. An Sri Lankan investor came to Ethiopia, Hawassa Industrial Park, established a factory. He brought 40 Sri Lankan girls and taught 400 Ethiopian girls. And then they import machinery from China, they import yarns from China, they produce socks, and finally they sold the socks into Germany. So a simple case example can tell us the following questions. Where is the market? Where is the material from? Why manufacturer relocate from Sri Lanka to Ethiopia? Sri Lanka is a cheap country. So labor cost, production cost is quite cheap. Why they relocate to Ethiopia? Why they set up a factory in the state-owned industrial park? So where is the market? US, Europe, and China. Where is the material from? For textile and garments, materials are from China. Why in Africa? Because Africa, most of the African countries can enjoy free duty and free quota to US by AGOA and to Europe by EBA. So why in the industrial park, state-owned industrial park? In the industrial park, the investor can enjoy duty-free of import duty of machinery and materials. Why in Ethiopia? Because electricity cost, labor cost is quite competitive. So a simple case shows all the answers to the questions. So now we are in the new round of restructuring of global value chain. If we review the previous restructuring of global value chain, we can say Japan benefited in the first round of global value chain restructuring in early 60s, while 4 Asian tigers, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, and Korea, benefited in the second round of restructuring of global value chain in early 70s. While definitely China is a beneficiary country, in the third round of restructuring of global value chain, and now it's the opportunity for Africa. Who will be the beneficiaries? I hope Uganda could be. So the reflect of global value chain is the result of global industrial transfer. That is the driver for the restructuring of global value chain. So not only from global trends, let's review the Chinese strategy. China is launching One Belt, One Road initiative. So the initiative is a master plan to integrate China with One Belt, One Road countries for the new connectivities. That is another opportunity for Africans, or for One Belt, One Road countries. And then to African countries, to African continent. FOCAC is another umbrella under the big strategy of One Belt, One Road initiative. So in late year 2015, President Xi raised 10 cooperation plans in the Johannesburg summit of FOCAC. So among the top 10 cooperation plans between China and Africa, Industrialization Cooperation Plan is in the top, and also takes the preeminent role in the total cooperation plan. So that is another opportunity. So global restructuring of value chain, One Belt, One Road initiative, and also the umbrella of China-Africa cooperation 10 plans, especially industrialization plans. So based on the previous circumstances globally and between China and Africa, we have to evaluate Africa, whether Africa is ready, or we can evaluate how Chinese investors' key concerns. And also, I would like to show you the successful case study. The first one, for Africa, whether the country is prepared. So we have to ask ourselves whether we realized our previous development strategy or development plan should be renewed. Because initially we rely on the export of natural resources, but the results is we are in the lowest end of the global value chain, especially in the industrialization level. We are in the lowest level. While many African country leaders realized or recognized, so Chinese development model could be an example to adopt or to learn. So for African countries, first, if we ask ourselves whether we are ready, we should ask ourselves whether we should spend time to understand Chinese development model. So Chinese development model, I can summarize, it's quite simple. We took the opportunity of the third round of global industrial transfer in late 70s, start from late 70s for 35. And now we are the largest manufacturer in the world and largest exporter of final products in the world. So how we achieve this kind of level? Because we took the global industrial transfer opportunity by using our competitive advantage. So we combined the international resources with our own competitive advantage. What was our competitive advantage in 30 years ago? Only three. First, policies. Industrial policies, incentive policies to incent investors to come. Second one, abundant labor and competitive labor resources. And third one, infrastructure. By saying infrastructure, I have to explain, so we can't hope any country can change the environment within one night. It's impossible. But we can make all our efforts to guarantee with the small environment to be equipped with the best infrastructure. In China, we choose 14 coastal cities to be in the first round of opening to outside. And now, in our country, in Uganda, we can choose 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 industrial parks or special economic zone as demonstration place to be equipped with the best infrastructure. So that is quite simple. Global window of opportunity, policies, and infrastructure. Of course, the other competitive advantages. So, second question we have to ask ourselves, whether we are ready to develop ourselves by judging whether we have a long-term strategy. So I think we have in Uganda, we have a Vision 2040. In Ethiopia, we have GTP2. In Senegal, they have Emerging Senegal. In Rwanda, they have Vision 2020. So the national strategy reflects the country. You have long vision, you have long strategy to develop yourself to be a hub in the region or to be the hub in the continent. So next, very important, is a triangle. First, I have to explain the right side. It's the policy framework. One is the law of special economic zone, the law of industrial park, the law of export processing zone to protect the interests of investors. Second one, policies, industrial policy. What is our most encouraging industry? We should have incentive policy for the dedicated industries. What kind of special policy should be given to the industrial park developers, SEZ developers? That's the incentives. And then should be a streamlined government structure. So we, in Uganda, we have an investment authority. That's fine. That can be a one-stop service center to service investors, but it's not enough. Whether all the one-stop service center could be opened in all industrial parks is another question. Not only the countryside, but also the implementation side. Each industrial park should have a one-stop center. Investor in any industrial park can enjoy the most favorable treatment, most simplified procedures from government, all government institutions, not only investment authority, including immigration, including laborers, including customs, everything. So that is, we call it a policy framework. The left side is very important, it's infrastructure. At least you have to have electricity, you have to have a water supply, and you have to have a water treatment facility. You have to have your road. So that is what we call is the hardware of infrastructure. But of course, on the top, we should have a platform to implement. That is SEZ, industrial park, or export processing zone. So we summarize software on the top because that is a guarantee to investor they are satisfied with the environment. The second one is infrastructure. Without infrastructure to support, no investor could come. That's very, very important. Next one will be platform. So SEZ could be a choice. Industrial park is okay, and export processing zone can be included. So for Chinese investors, we have to ask ourselves, what is our main concern? For labor-intensive industries, of course, we evaluate labor cost and the labor resources the most because labor-intensive, we should have people to convert material into the final products. We need people. While the labor cost could be competitive, must be competitive. That is a key consideration for the labor-intensive industries. For agro-process industries, mainly from the natural resources, food resources or food crops, economic crops, that is the driver to support agro-processing. For capital-intensive industries, so it's mainly for the regional market or African market. So the question to the destination could be a regional hub or the major hub of the continent. That will be the key questions, because the hub can increase the coverage to the region or to the continent. So if we compare we have a study in year 2007 and year 2012, and now we are undergoing for the renewal. So the concern from Chinese investors as around 10 years ago is mainly for the consideration of cost. But now, the main concern is from the access to the major market. So why I said Africa is in the opportunity, because Africa enjoy the duty-free to US, to Europe. So that is a key concern from investors, why they would like to come here. Because here, for the manufacturers, they can enjoy easy access to the major markets. But of course, cost, operational cost, not only the labor cost, not only for the utility cost, but we say it's transaction cost, including government efficiency, the clean government. So all kinds of costs can be classified into a transaction cost. So the case study I would like to share with you is country Ethiopia. I'm sure the special advisor to the Prime Minister, Dr. Akaba, came here around 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I think talked with your cabinet members. I'm sure some of the officials here could join the meeting, but I would like to explain. First, they have a long-term strategy. It's called GTP2, the Growth and Transformation Plan for Ethiopia. In the GTP2, the target for the GDP increase must be over 11% for the next 10 years. For industrial parks, also, they are planning like 20 industrial parks for next 10 years, with 2 million people going to be employed, with 10,000 hectares of land to be used for industrial parks, and also they need like 20 million square meters of sheds for the industrial parks. So, legal system in Ethiopia, they specially raised a new law called Industrial Park Proclamation. In the proclamation, defined the role of developer of industrial parks and also the enterprise in the industrial parks. Very clear how investors of the industrial park, developers, can enjoy 15 years of tax holiday, how manufacturers can enjoy 10 years of tax holiday. So incentives quite important, because a developer can enjoy 15 years of tax holiday and free of land from government. So it's very good incentive policy to the investors or developers of industrial park. And also for the manufacturers within the industrial park, they can enjoy 10 years of tax holiday. They can enjoy duty-free of import machinery, import materials, and free of VAT because of export-driven industries. So for the government simplified government structure, Ethiopian federal government established a powerful organization called Investment Board, chaired by Prime Minister himself. Only 7 board members, including special advisor to the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Minister of Industry, and head of the customs, head of the national banks, the key decision makers. And then under the EIB, there is an investment commission, just like our investment authority, but they open the branch office in any individual industrial parks through the whole country. So that is an investment commission. That's a sole organization investors have to deal with only one institution, You don't have to waste your time to deal with the government institution with anybody, just a one-stop Ethiopian Investment Commission. For the developing strategy, they adopt experience from Singapore, establish a ministerial level of national corporation called Industrial Park Development Corporation, APDC, to take the opportunity, to take the responsibility to build the industrial park nationally. And of course, infrastructure is quite simple. I'm sure you know Ethiopian Airlines is the largest airline now to connect all the continents, all the major cities in the continent, and also the new railway from Djibouti to Addis, and also the road, the highways everywhere. So for the next plan, especially power, even though they have a very abundant electricity resources, but still the new hydropower plant is undergoing. So there will be enough electricity to support their industrialization. Also, they have additional plan to sell the electricity to Sudan, to Kenya, and to Djibouti. So industrial park is a platform for the industrialization. Now, more than 6 industrial parks, national level, invested by the government, is under construction, and Chinese-supported industrial park will be built soon, and Chinese investor invested industrial park will be followed. So that is a national layout of industrial park. Before they choose the places to build a new round of industrial park, actually it's seriously studied. It's a strategic planning for the national industrial park development strategy should be made first. And there have to be the new round of industrial parks. And what is a definited industry in each individual industrial park is very important. We can't say we have planned for 20 industrial parks, but what kind of industry should be encouraged in any individual industrial park? And nobody answers, nobody concerns. That's wrong. We have to say, we have to ask, what is the incentive industry and where the industry should be relocated? So here is a first eco-industrial park, Havasa Industrial Park, fully invested by Ethiopian government with 20 investors coming. The total employment of labor is 60,000, 60,000. And export volume will be $1 billion for textiles and garments. That is a industrial park on planning and construction. That is finished shares of the industrial parks. So the reason I would like to share with you the case studies because I witnessed the success of this industrial park strategy in the country and also the implementation plan of the first demonstration industrial park. 3 years ago, when I discussed with decision makers of Ethiopia, I raised my suggestion, why not we make all our efforts to establish first pilot demonstration industrial park rather than to build 20 or 30 at the same time, because we need a demonstration. We need to show to our people what is industrial park, how industrial park can bring benefit to the country and to the people. I hope the case study could be referenced to everybody here. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Pan Lee, who clearly is leading the discussion on the reason we must industrialize and how the Chinese enterprises in Uganda can actually lead this conversation. I'll quickly now invite the panelists on to the stage. I will invite the Chief Executive Officer and also Managing Director of Stanbic Bank Uganda, Patrick Mwehire. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. I'll now also invite, he's fresh in the office, the Acting Executive Director of the Uganda Manufacturers Association, Mubarak Nkutu Chirunda. Also, another fresh face and new to the office, the Executive Director of the Uganda Investment Authority, Mrs. Jolly Kamjira Kagohanjire. And our final member of the panel is the Director General, Center for Regional Economic Cooperation, also the Director General, Institute of West Asia and Africa, Chinese Academy of International Trade and Economic Cooperation, Zhang Jianping. All right, Uche, I guess the stage is set for you. The conversation on how industrialization can fast-track economic development and the role of Chinese enterprises in that area.
So I'd like to welcome my panel again, and I think that Mr. Panley, thank you for your speech. I think it kicked off this panel quite well. You asked some very important questions. Can Uganda become a beneficiary of China's structural changes and the fourth industrial revolution? Is Uganda ready? And certainly, what are the Chinese companies looking to government to do? And I'll just like to, of course, start by getting the panel's perspective on what he said. And I'll start with you, Madam Kamugire. Of course, you're with the Ugandan Investment Authority. He mentioned quite a number of things, 3 things actually, that need to be done before we can say a country is ready to boost its industrial sector. He talked about policy, he talked about infrastructure, and he talked about the industrial platform. So we know that Uganda is, His Excellency President Museveni mentioned the fact that 2017 is going to be the year where Uganda will see massive industrialization. So give us your take on Mr. Panley's insights and some of the questions he asked. Can you answer them for us?
Thank you very much. I would like to begin by saying that the questions have come at a time when already we have started taking steps of achieving some of them. Mainly, I want to say that clearly we have the policy in place. According to Uganda government plan right now, we're in the process of establishing industrial parks. My minister here said the same. So already we have the policy in place, and Uganda Investment Authority is charged to do that, to implement the policy. Right now we have operating 9 industrial parks. We have a plan of expanding them to be 23, as he said earlier. The issue of infrastructure, we're in the process of doing that. We've started with the nearby, the Kampala one, where we have, we're in the process of having the roads on, the electricity, water. We're in the process, but we still have a way to go. We still have much work to be done. And that's why we need partnerships, because the main challenge, the hiccup we have is about funding, and we don't have enough, but we are trying our level best to see that the government puts in what we have, and where we cannot reach, we need partnership. And that's why we believe that this cooperation is very, very key to us. Already it was mentioned how some of the industrial parks are given to investors. So we can still discuss and come up to a position where we find that we have a win-win. How do we benefit, and how does the investor benefit, or our 2 countries benefit? So we are already in that process, and that's our mandate, to see that indeed Uganda is industrialized. And at the end of it, we shall be able to achieve our goal of being a modern or middle-income status as a country. So we're in the process, and when it comes to efficiency, what I had here before, we are trying to see that indeed efficiency is also improved by reorganizing ourselves as an institution, as a country. You were told about the one-stop center. where we see that our people must be served in one place. So already we are taking steps towards that.
Well, I'd like to go next to Mr. Kirunda. You're, of course, with the Uganda's Manufacturers Association. So I'd like to get your local perspective. Is Uganda ready? Data has shown that Uganda's manufacturing sector is lagging behind. So is Uganda ready? And certainly, what does Uganda need in order to become an industrialized country?
Thank you very much, moderator. Once again, Mubarak Kankuta, my name's. Uganda Manufacturers Association, our mission is to protect and promote industry in this country. Now I'm being asked whether we are ready. I would first of all like to say that we are trying our best to be ready, of course working with the MDAs to make sure that all that is needed by industry is in place. Our only biggest problem so far is that at times whatever is discussed is not implemented as quickly as possible. Because if we have to be there where we want to be, we have at least to make sure that we don't leave things on paper. I would like to give an example of the recently launched Bubu policy. This is Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. This was launched a few months back, and also the PPDA reservation scheme was also put in place. It's a little bit unfortunate that when it comes to implementation, things are not implemented the way we want them to move. For instance, when we come to local content, we have a number of companies which are supposed to be supplying some of the government projects as far as local content is concerned. And I think we have a 40% share on this one. Unfortunately, in some areas, it's not happening. By the way, this is one way of building our industry. Much as we are saying we also want to have more investors coming in, we have to give these incentives. And I would like to appeal to all those that are supposed to implement this to make sure that it's implemented such that we can have industrial development in this country. I would like also to thank Panli for his presentation. It's quite key as far as Uganda is concerned. He has given us case studies in Ethiopia, and Uganda, as we stand today, our population is growing every other day, and our employment is becoming a problem. His Excellency, the President, is ever telling us that if we have to get away with this problem of employment, we have to industrialize. He has given us some good example of labor-intensive industries. Let's look at this and let's work together. Because as Ugandans, we are realizing our population that is growing and our employment levels are going down. So we really need to look at this one very critically. Let's embrace these industries, especially from China. I think they have some technology for this, which will be able to help us on the issues of employment in this country. Secondly, Uganda is an agricultural-based country. We would like to look at these industries in an all-round way. Let's look at the backward integration as well as the forward integration. Let's look at the vertical integration of these industries. Because, for instance, if we are looking at an industry to do with cotton, let's look at right from the farmer up to the finished product. let's not just look at industries that are in the middle, whereby we have to import the fabrics and do the fabrics in Uganda. Let's start from the ground, such that a farmer will also benefit up to the level when we shall have a final product out of the cotton. Because if we have to export cotton, then that means all we are doing, we are exporting what would be the jobs in Uganda. And if we have just to import finished products, then we are not supporting Uganda, we are supporting some other economies. Members, I would like to emphasize once more that if we have to be successful as far as industrialization in this country is concerned, I would like to appeal to government. Minister for Investment, luckily enough, is still here, and she has already alluded to it. Let's try to support our own here, and let's support the investors we are calling to come to this country such that they are able to help us out even on the local content that we are talking of. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Of course, we'll get further into discussions as we progress, but I'd like to get the finances perspective. Mr. Muhire, give us your take on what Mr. Panley said.
I guess my perspective is that if you look at what Mr. Panley put out there, there was a very thoughtful end-to-end thinking that went into the Ethiopian case study. They dealt through the thoughtful policy in terms of removing the obstacles, things that the government should be doing. It was very transparent in how they were doing that. And then they provided access for the private sector to partner with the public sector to work. And that's how you generate that investment. So effectively, one of the challenges that I have with the Ugandan situation is that we seem to have a flavor of the month, a flavor of the day. It's buy Uganda, build Uganda today, but there's no connecting dot onto how this actually fits into our vision and how it actually enables investment. Because the last thing you want to do in sort of attracting capital is to continually change your policy or your framework and be very, very inconsistent and not transparent at what you're doing, and have all these different branches of government or public sector coming up with different alternatives. There is no shortage of financing in the world. In fact, there's lots of capital looking for homes. The challenge with Uganda has been that we do not have well-packaged, well-thought-out investment opportunities that you can plug and play. I've had several visitors from Europe, from the US, who are looking to put a lot of capital because, as you know, there have been very low returns in the US. The 10-year bond or 20-year treasury is paying less than 2%. It's the same in Europe. Interest rates are so low. And pensioners are beginning to see their pensions eroded. And Africa is a particularly attractive destination. So the problem is not the money. The money exists. The problem is getting us prepared and speaking with one voice and getting the public sector to work with the private sector. We work in silos, and there's a lot of capability in the private sector that could be tapped to enable the public sector, but it does not happen. And unless that changes, unfortunately, we'll continue to have this anemic growth that we're seeing at the moment.
Mr. Zhang Jianping, can you give us the Chinese perspective in this discussion?
Yeah, my perspective more comprehensive. If you know that in Beijing every year I need to provide my lecture to those high-level officials from developing countries, especially a lot of high officials from African countries. Every time a lot of people ask me, does African country can learn China's development model? And if we can have, we can have our industrialization process. But every time I tell them, I say that actually China's situation and China's cultures is quite different from those African countries. So I think that for every African countries, you cannot duplicate China's model simply. But I think that China has very valuable experiences we can provide it to Africa friends. First one, I think that China is chasing a so-called Chinese characters, market model. So that's quite different from Western countries, different from other developing countries. That's why China can get a successful story, because we based on our own situation. In this case, I hope that Uganda also can chase your own characters, and also you can find your comparative advantages. Second point, China's experiences is that we have very popular saying that is, if you want to be rich, the first thing is to build a road. That means so a lot of infrastructure will be needed. And the third experience is, without industrialization process, it would be impossible for you to get rich. So I'm afraid that next step, just before, so a lot of experts already emphasize on different fields. But I'm afraid that for Uganda, we need to combine, both infrastructure improvement and industrialization process. On this aspect, from Chinese side, we can provide, some of assistance. For example, after UK, that UK used to be the first manufacturing center in the world 200 years ago. And then after that, Germany, US, Japan, China followed. But today in China, that we already have, in China, our GDP, more than 40% of China's GDP from manufacturing sectors, only 50% from service sectors. That's very, very imbalanced. That's why from Chinese side, we have to promote manufacturing sectors going to global. But when Uganda wants to attract those Chinese investors, you will find that in this world, there are so a lot of competitors. ASEAN countries, ASEAN 10 countries, very ambitious, very attractive for China's investors. India, I saw as African countries. So that's why Uganda needs to provide more attractive conditions for China's investors. Meanwhile, personally, I think that nowadays China has a very famous and successful new initiative, that is the Belt and Road Initiative. On this platform, actually, we hope we can cooperate with those countries along the routes by 5 types of connectivities: policy dialogue, infrastructure connectivities, trade promotion, investment promotion, financial support. All of those elements can work together, promote each other, and then we can promote, high efficient development. So in this regard, I hope that maybe Uganda and China, we can have this type of cooperation. Of course, the precondition is that Uganda has this type of willing and sign, a bilateral cooperation framework with Chinese side. Last sentence, I think that given Uganda is a very open economy and a liberalized economy, your market is quite open. I'm afraid that in the future, that by appropriate time point, Uganda can consider, promote bilateral free trade agreement. Of course, maybe you are belonging to Africa countries, union, something like that, market union. But I hope that, given that East African countries actually in the old dynasty had a closer economic cooperation with Chinese side. Today, we hope we can promote new cooperation mechanism and platform. Thank you.
Now, one interesting thing you said, Mr. Panli, was combining, which Mr. Zhang referred to as well, was combining international opportunities with competitive advantage. Now, realistically, do you think, where do you think Uganda is lacking in these particular areas? Based on the success stories that you pose to us here, can you pinpoint some of the areas Uganda can improve on? That's to you, sir, Mr. Panley.
So before I answer the tough question, I have to say I need a further study for the country. So normally, our philosophy, we start from top-level design to implementation plan by 5 steps. First is top-level design. We have to analyze the country's competitive advantage, their vision, their everything, mainly the competitive advantage, and then find the most encouraging industry should be focused on for the next 2 or 3 years. In Ethiopia, for example, it's just export-driven, labor-intensive, only one. So in Cote d'Ivoire, agro-process, only one, because we cannot achieve everything within one night. We have to spend our effort on the reasonable, on the realistic approach. So that is the first one is the top-level design. Of course, the top-level design will include evaluation of the current law, current policy, whether the policy is attractive enough, or whether some of the policies should be revised or with more incentive phenomena. And that is because first level is top-level design. And we must join. We must spend time with the government together so that we can go through next step. Next step is a master plan. Master plan means we have to choose a place to build the first pilot demonstration zone. Where is the best place to do that? And what kind of industry should be allocated into the park? And where is the money from? Where is the investor from? That's to always ask 2 questions. Where does the money come to support construction of the industrial park? Where does the investor come to feed into the industrial park? Third level is funding and construction plan. We need to get support from international financial institutions. We need to get support from Chinese policy banks, African policy banks. We need to get funds to build a demonstration industrial park. Rather than just let the private investor, okay, you build a demonstration park for ourselves. No, because the private investor always asks questions whether I can make money. The government, you don't have to think about that because you need people to be employed. You need to show to the outside you have the ambition to do this. So you don't have to calculate the loss and the profit. Just do it. That's the third level.
Just do it.
The fourth level is important one is the investment promotion plan. We should know where the investors should come. If China, okay, we go to China to do the investment promotion. We link with the Chinese different provinces with relatively connected industry in that province under the help with His Excellency of Ambassador, Her Excellency of the Commercial Counselor, and also those Chinese Chamber of Commerce and Chinese enterprises, and of course the experts from China. We should go to the place to promote ourselves, to tell the people we are the most encouraging destination for them. We have the most attractive policy for them. The last one, very important, is management and operation of the park. If we want to build a demonstration industrial park, we must know how to manage that, how to operate that. For Ethiopian, as an example, Ethiopian government quite clever. Okay, we don't have the talent people, we don't have experience. Why not introduce a current Chinese industrial park? We borrowed from them. We pay for them to come to send a professional team to take the responsibility of management and operation for 3 years, and then transfer the title, transfer the management title back to the country, back to the government. Quite simple. So 5 level of 5 plans should be the major package of our study. Before I made the study, to be frankly, I can't say anything because it's very dangerous to say without any investigation, without any further study.
Right. Well, let's find out what Uganda is doing now. And Madam Kamugira, you're obviously in the hot seat today. We do know that Uganda has about 9 industrial parks right now. Talk to us about what the government is doing and what are the needs as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to first of all begin by responding to the comments mainly from my colleagues from Uganda. I know that, yes, we haven't reached there, and there are some issues or some challenges we still have, but I want to say that indeed we need to consider where we are coming from, or where these countries which have already achieved it, where they started from. So I would like us to be very positive, knowing that Uganda is moving forward. Already we have policies in place, as I said, and practically we have already we're in touch with those very countries that have already gone ahead of us. For example, like Ethiopia, he's commenting on, and the case study he has used. Already we are in touch. We had meetings with the leaders of industrialization in Ethiopia. We're in plan of moving there to see exactly what's happening and learn from them and exchange the technical assistance and skills. So we're already moving forward in that direction. Because our policy of industrialization has to come to pass, we have to be successful in this. As we have been mentioning, this is the policy that we believe is going to accelerate our growth and our development. This is in aiming at creating jobs, as how my colleague here was concerned. Jobs, yes, we know we need to create jobs, and employment is a challenge, but this is the main way of creating jobs. So we as long as we succeed in industrialization, we shall be able to achieve the issue of, we shall be able to solve the problem of jobs, we shall create wealth, and we shall be able to reach the point of exporting quality products. Our national plan aims at seeing Uganda being the leading country in exportation of quality goods, quality products. So we know that indeed we haven't reached there, but in place we are working together with whoever that is available to partner with to see that indeed we are able to achieve that. The issue of funding, yes, we do not just depend on only private investors and only our budget, government budget only. We are moving step by step, getting different funders. We are in discussions with different categories of funding that we can be able to use to be able to accelerate our provision of industrial parks. And we believe that these industrial parks, as long as they're in place, investors are available, they are ready, and there's money all over, as my colleague mentioned here. So what we've done as the Uganda Investment Authority is to put ourselves in order, to stand in the center of it all, and to spearhead this. So we believe that in 5 years to come, Uganda will not be the same. Thank you.
Now, I'd like to get your perspective, Mr. Kirunda. Currently, what is the cost of production for local manufacturers? Give us some insight into what are the greatest challenges that they're facing. And you have government, you have private sector, you have Chinese enterprise here. What does local industry need from these different players in order to do better?
Thank you very much. Cost of production has been a little bit high, but I must say that government, together with the private sector, we are working hand in hand to make sure that this one comes as low as possible in order to be competitive. One way that this one is being done is through, in fact, as you may know, electricity is one of the major factors for production. It's a long way that government is going through this one by construction of the various dams that you've heard. There's Karuma, there is Isimba, and I think we must be proud with our Chinese partners because I think they are the ones spearheading this one. As we are going on, there is also some negotiations that are going on in the refinancing of the Bujagari. Recently, you could have seen there has been some bit of lowering in terms of the tariffs that are being charged as of now. That's one way of making sure that cost of production is going down. Not only that, we are also going into other areas of the railway. SGR negotiations are underway to make sure that cost of transport comes down. There is also improvement in areas of road transport and also to make it very convenient for the investors to be able not to spend a lot of time while they are transacting. Of course, this one also puts the cost of production so high. All these things put together, I'm very sure the cost of production will be brought very low. Thank you.
Now, I'd like to talk to Mr. Muherie now. You mentioned the fact that there's lots of capital out there. Realistically, is the private sector providing that capital, not just to local players, but how is the private sector going to participate in Uganda's industrialization? Are you ready to give that money? And if you are, why aren't you giving as much? We do know in Uganda private lending did increase just slightly, but it still remains a setback. So why? Why aren't the finances giving that money?
So we are giving the money. I think that we had a challenging year last year because we had a very high interest rate environment. And every time we have those cycles, private sector credit growth does kind of slow down. It makes sense. I mean, the prime rate went from, went as high as 26%. Those are very high real rates to borrow at. The good news is that since the beginning of this year, that number has come down almost 600 basis points. So prime is now lower than 19%, and we've started to see private sector credit growth come up again. But I think one of the points I want to make is that it's unrealistic to expect that banks will fund Uganda's growth. When you look at China or any of these other emerging markets economies, banks end up playing about a 30% role in the financing of the development. The other 70% has to come from savings, pension funds, large investment outflows from other countries. And so we cannot just focus on the 24 banks in Uganda to somehow pay for the development. I'll give you another statistic. I mean, there's something in banking called a single obligor limit, which basically it's a formula. You can't lend 25% of your core capital to one borrower. And we have the largest in Uganda. We can lend up to $50 million to one. But if you add up all the banks in Uganda, we could raise about $150 million to one project. We're talking about billions of dollars here. So I think our emphasis should be, one, to try to mobilize savings. We have one of the lowest saving rates in the continent. Try to mobilize capital, foreign investment capital to come in, and that is when we need to get prepared with these projects and make sure that these large projects have a very well thought through end-to-end investment reasons why someone should do it, and also use our contacts to bring in strategic investors as well. It's not just a financial play, that can bring some of the know-how, and I think China can play a key role in that, in providing some of that.
And I'd like you to respond to that, Mr. Zhang. He said that he feels China can play a key role in providing this financing, but what are Chinese companies as well looking to government to do to help, to encourage them to come down here? And what are you looking to the private sector to do as well?
In recent years, China's private sector has very, very rapid development. If you look at China's total economic scale, every year's GDP, almost half and half from SOE, half of them from private sectors. Meanwhile, if you look at China's international investors, a few years ago, most of China's overseas investors belonging to SOE. But in recent years, Chinese central government has released a serious document to encourage private sectors going global. So that's why in recent years, China's private sector's outward ODI are booming, especially last year. You already know that the situation. So in this regard, I think that because private sectors, they are using their own capital to invest in other economies. So they have to be very, very careful on that, and then they have to, evaluate the different kind of, risks on their, project in different economies. Here, I just add one of my comments on, China-Uganda cooperation. Yesterday when I came here, I feel, very amazing because this is a so beautiful, place, and also, has a very good condition for tourism, development. You know that today China's tourists already go to everywhere in the world. I think that there is a very huge potential for Uganda to promote tourist sectors development, especially that these sectors can bring other sectors, including agriculture sectors, manufacturing sectors, and other service sectors development. So that will be, Uganda has this type of advantages. Secondly, that between China and Uganda, our trade is not so balanced. So, that in China, our consumption capacity is expanded rapidly. For example, at the beginning of this year, fresh food, imports in China increased more than 14%, year on year, month by month. And I'm not sure if Uganda, shared this type of, growth rate. I mean, green food and, organic food has a very huge market potential in China. So given that here, Uganda, your GDP 25% from agricultural sectors, I think you also can play role, by these sectors. Third one, I emphasize on that we have to boom bilateral investment, especially China's investment here, because China's investments not only provide job opportunities, but also in case they can produce some more products here, and then they can re-export to China's market and to the rest of the world, and then our trade would be more balanced. Thank you.
Now, because we're running out of time, I will read some of the audience questions now. And I will also throw this out to some of the ministers out in the audience if they would like to respond, such as the Minister of Investment as well. Please go ahead and raise your hand and they'll bring you the microphone. But here's a question about Uganda's investment climate. They say it's not favorable due to the heinous tax regime. High taxes on imports, raw materials, high tariffs on electricity. Can government benchmark the taxes? That's the best I can read out of that, to stimulate a better investment climate rather than just talk. And I wonder if you would like to address that first, Madam Kamugira.
Thank you once again. I want to respond by saying that our tax regime, yes, some sectors may not be appreciating, but what has been done is that our tax incentives are really favorable. If I can give you an example of just two areas. If you invest in agro-processing, first of all, starting from plant and machinery, there's no tax at all. Again, we go ahead, no tax, of course, on raw materials, but at the same time, there's no tax on profits. And I don't know anywhere in the world where such thing is happening. So as long as you invest in agro-processing, there's no tax on your profits. You are free to bring in your money, you are free to take all your money. As long as you add value to our foods, and then you employ our Ugandans with quality jobs, there's no tax. That's number one. Number two, old plant and machinery of anything, as long as it's going to go into industry, in the factory or any industrialization, there's no tax. It's tax-free. And on top of all that, there's also other different tax exemptions that are so many that I cannot exhaust them just here. Then if you export more than 80% of your products, there's no tax. It's tax-free. So there are different sectors and different areas that we have tax exemptions. It's all about getting knowledge about them. And I would like to use this opportunity also to say that indeed Uganda Investment Authority is available to provide all that information. And at the same time, I would say that most of our investors are being frustrated in different areas. They meet middlemen, they run around in different ministries, wherever or whoever they know, because I believe there's lack of information. I would like to take this opportunity to say that Uganda Investment Authority is there for you, was created for you. Uganda government found it fit that this institution should be there as a promotion agency to help our investors to come and invest in Uganda. And mainly that's why even such forums are there. We'd like to see how we work together. We know that China is promising. So this is an opportunity that we want to see that indeed you partner with us and we'll be able to develop our country. So the institution is there. We need to partner with anyone who can come and help us to market, to provide markets, to participate in capacity building and training our citizens to get skills. We need to work together. Research and development, we are ready to partner with whoever is available, and China, we find it one of our main interests and main focus to see that indeed we can participate and work together and develop. So again, on the tax incentives, it's a long list, very long. So it's there and available. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, thank you. I can really hear my Executive Director of Uganda Investment Authority exhaustively making reference to all those tax incentives that we have. But just to give you a lot more good news, we even have, for instance, if you want to come and invest in hotel and tourism, for all your materials that you want to come and do the construction of the hotels, you will bring them in the country tax-free. And we are, as government, going to Parliament to work and make it by law that we have clear tax incentives that we give to our investors, particularly investors who are coming into strategic areas. She did mention to you agriculture. We're also looking at fertilizer, irrigation, and all that. We have already taken them to Parliament. We want to give them, you have been hearing the Sukulu project, that is phosphate. We waived stamp duty, and we don't only waive that stamp duty to selected investors. We want to make it the incentive, tax incentive regime for all the investors that are coming in the strategic areas. So we are in the flow of the House. We believe that we're going to get better tax incentives for our investors in this country. So you can just put your fingers crossed, and if you're Ugandan, you should be clapping for what Uganda is doing for your country.
Now I'd like to direct the next question to Mr. Panli. They said, how best can the Ugandan government promote the development of special economic zones and EPZs alongside the industrial parks?
There's two kinds of system. One system is SEZ, is a large sculpture, a large concept. Within the SEZ should be industrial park, export processing zone, agro processing zone, all kinds of things. Or Ethiopia, they use industrial park is a large concept. While within the umbrella of industrial park, there is SEZ, EPZ, logistics park, agro park, and science park. Okay, so here I personally thought, just now I heard a lot of comments about 22 industrial parks, but I personally still thought, why not we make our efforts, joint efforts, Uganda and China, and the government and private investor, with the policy back, we established one modern pilot demonstration SEZ. Or we can be realistic to like only 100 hectares or 200 hectares. It's fine, but we need a demonstration to our people, our decision maker. See, this is a successful sample. By doing this kind of model, we can attract investors. And also we can show to the investor. Whenever there's an investor come, bring them to see the site, just like Ethiopian government did. Whenever there is an investor come, okay, even the another country's president or prime minister, okay, first stop, bring them to see Havana Industrial Park. So that is quite important at the moment for Uganda. I personally, maybe I'm wrong, but I still thought we need a pilot demonstration zone. We can call it SEZ or industrial park. It's fine. After our study, we can suggest just call it industrial park to more precisely to the manufacturing. Or it's relatively comprehensive, like SEZ. You can have a certain of new economy like e-commerce or that kind of new phenomena. That's fine, but we need to have this kind of pilot demonstration zone. Even now in China, whenever we reach a new direction, we build a demonstration like Shanghai pilot comprehensive free trade zone. We have free trade zone 20 years ago, but now why we need a new style? We call it a Shanghai pilot free trade zone. It's different. Show to the people, show to the outside, we are doing the new model by adopting all international common practices. So that is my personal suggestion. We need a demonstration zone.
Now, because we're running out of time, I'd like to close the panel with one important topic that I think we should discuss before we go, which is the importance of regional trade to Uganda's industrialization. We know that Uganda is signatory to quite a number of trade deals, COMESA, the East Africa region as well, and as well as the COMESA SADC trade agreement. But is Uganda benefiting from these trade agreements? Is local industry benefiting from these trade agreements? And I'll start with the head of our Manufacturers Association to give his insights on whether Uganda is benefiting and what you would like to see done in order to open up Uganda's products and services to the region.
Thank you very much, moderator. As Uganda Manufacturers Association, just like I intimated before, we are to promote and protect interests of manufacturers in this country. And for that matter, we've gone ahead to engage our regional partners as far as advocacy is concerned. As I speak today, we have what we call the Confederation of East African Manufacturers. In this consortium, we are engaging even other regional bodies, SADC, COMESA, in connection with the trade. And all this is in a bid to make sure that the Uganda manufacturers are quite competitive as far as the market for trade is concerned. So for that one, for as long as you've invested in Uganda, make sure all your issues are passed over to UMA to make sure that we do advocate for you. Currently, we are also looking at what we call the SHET, Common External Tariff Review, on the East African basis. All this is in a bid to make sure, in fact, I've heard, we've been talking about some tax regimes. There is what we call the duty remissions, which we are also addressing seriously for our manufacturers if they have to be zoned for purposes of manufacturing and exporting from this country. Very soon we are having a business summit which is going to take place in Kigali, and all this we are doing for purposes of advocacy to make sure that the manufacturers in this country are quite competitive. Thank you.
I'd like to get your perspective on the question, Mr. Moihere.
Yeah, trade is a very important thing for Uganda. If you recall, before the South Sudan issue, almost 25% of our deposits were going to, our exports were going to South Sudan. And I think our location with the 4 neighbors that we have allows us to play a very key role in trade. And anytime that there is a lessening of the burden of movement of goods across the borders, it benefits us quite a bit. Because if you think about the DRC, eastern part of DRC is miles and miles away from the capital, and so they're a natural trading partner for Uganda. South Sudan is as well. Rwanda and Burundi traditionally have depended as well. Now we're opening the Tanzanian corridor by taking the pipeline to Tanga. I think that's going to open a significant trade corridor between Uganda and Tanzania as well. I think it has a huge potential to bring back growth. And part of the reason we've seen our growth decline is because of the problems that South Sudan is having. And trade doesn't just have to be about manufactured goods. In fact, a majority of our exports to South Sudan was basic foods and commodities, which again speaks to our competitive advantage of agriculture. So it's not a bad thing to be exporting food as well. You can make some.
And Madam Kamugira, what is the government doing to open up these trade agreements to the local industry so that they can benefit and that they can push their goods and services across the border?
Okay, in addition to already available market, as my colleagues were saying, in East Africa, in the region, we have also, the government has already gone ahead also to partner with other, like Western world, like we have AGOA going on, we have AU, European Union, we have to a certain extent the markets that are already provided. It's only that Ugandans, we need to fit into that and have quality of products, and then we'll be able to exhaust that. But basing on what is available, Uganda is in the center, and we have access to most of the countries, and already we have those corporations that are already running right now. So it's about Ugandans being organized and then have quality of what we need to produce, and then we'll be able to export. So the government has done its part, really. Yeah, and you hear already the policies have already mentioned about the tax holidays, the tax exemptions. If you export around more than 80%, there's no tax. So we'd like to promote exporters. So it's already
Thank you. Mr. Zhang Jianping, how important is regional access to Chinese companies who want to settle here in Uganda?
Nowadays, all of us already realize that bilateral cooperation is very important. However, you know that you can imagine that, for example, I were an investor. I want to invest here, and I need to buy something from China, from other countries, and then tariff is very high. That would be difficult. Cost would be very high. Also, you know that when I came here, I need to consider distance. You can find that between China and Uganda, long distance. If I go to, ASEAN countries, shorter a little bit within one day. So I'm afraid that in the future, in case we can have, a free trade agreement, multilateral or bilateral, something like that, that means this agreement can provide an umbrella to those enterprises, including investors and traders. They will have, institutional arrangements. Meanwhile, they can effectively reduce all type of costs and improve their efficiency. And then I do believe that a lot of Chinese investors will say that, okay, I will go over there because there is a platform, there is a mechanism, there is an umbrella. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, huge thank you to the panelists for those insights. I wish we could go on, but time. Thank you also to the audience. I'd like you guys to give all of you a huge round of applause. It's been such an insightful conversation. I really do hope that everybody is leaving with something. On that note, I'd like to throw it back to the MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panel as they leave and take their seats. And to each for doing a very good job trying to manage the time, but also allow
an opportunity for all our panelists to share with us their insights into industrialization and, of course, the potential for Chinese enterprises in Uganda. We want to thank you so much, panelists, for your discussion this afternoon. We must conclude this forum, but before that, there is a very key ceremony that will take place very shortly. So we'll have a table here brought quickly, and immediately it's here, and we are ready to have a signing agreement that is going to take place right now. If you have our program, you will notice that we have a signing ceremony between the China Enterprise Chamber of Commerce and the Uganda Investment Authority. That is a joint signing ceremony between the chairman of the Chinese Enterprise Chamber of Commerce and the executive director of the Uganda Investment Authority. I will, during the signing ceremony, read to you the joint statement within which they will be both signing. I also want to request His Excellency the Chinese Ambassador to Uganda and the Minister of State for Investment, Honorable Evelyn Anita, to come and witness this signing ceremony. So as the chairman of the Chinese Enterprises Chamber of Commerce and the executive director of the Uganda Investment Authority come forward, I'd want someone to please invite the executive director. Yes, as the chairman and the executive director come forward for this ceremony, I want to quickly take you through this joint statement on strengthening bilateral economic investment and trade cooperations. There were a lot of questions along the lines of what the trade cooperation and relations would lead to, or what the conversation is really about. And I want to share this with you. So, quickly, I will request the executive director and the chairman to take their seats, and then request the ambassador and Honorable Anita to come forward to also witness, because both of you will have to be in this photo. Please come. Now, the joint statement is on several frontiers. First, the Chinese Enterprise Chamber of Commerce in Uganda is a non-profit, legally registered social organization constituted of Chinese enterprises and institutions in Uganda, with the aim of assisting Chinese enterprises to conduct business activities in Uganda and promoting bilateral communication and cooperation with the government of Uganda. And the Uganda Investment Authority is a statutory agency mandated to initiate and support measures that enhance investment in Uganda. The joint statement reads, for the common purpose of strengthening economic investment and trade cooperations between Uganda and China, and making joint efforts to build a prosperous Uganda, Chinese Enterprises Chamber of Commerce, in cooperation with Uganda Investment Authority, hereby announce as follows. 1. Both parties will give our active response and commit ourselves to the call of His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni to increase investment in transportation, energy, communication, and other sectors of infrastructure, and to actively respond to the government's initiative of Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, and accelerating industrialization to achieve Vision 2040. 2. Both parties will make full employment of Uganda's good political, economic, and social government, and increase investment in infrastructure construction, enhance the scale and level of industrialization, and undertake our social responsibility to promote the economic development of Uganda, create employment, and support human resource ability. And 3, both parties will establish a regular communication mechanism which is committed to guiding investment in infrastructure, construction, and industrial development to jointly create a legitimate business commitment to social responsibility of the business environment, and to establish a two-way communication channel for government policy consultation. They conclude by saying both firmly believe that through the joint efforts of all sectors of the society, we can build a prosperous and thriving Uganda. Signed, Zhang Guiyendong and Mrs. Jolika Guhanjire, Executive Director, Uganda Investment Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. And we'll toast to the cooperation, building of cooperation, and of course relations the Chinese Enterprise Chamber of Commerce and the Uganda Investment Authority. As I mentioned, both the ambassador and the minister were witnesses to this signing ceremony. Cheers. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I now would like to invite shortly after this signing ceremony, may I invite, at the request of the minister, our ambassador designate to Beijing, China, to come say 1 or 2 words in 1 minute, who will then invite the minister to give her final remarks. Dr. Crispus, yes.
I have the honor to invite Ambassador of Uganda to China designate, Honorable Kiyunga, to give us a speech. Let's welcome him.
Thank you, Ambassador. The Honorable Minister in charge of investment, honorable members of Parliament who may still be here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First, I would also like to express my deep gratitude for those who took the initiative to think out what we have just gone through. I think it has been a very, very, very rich experience, and I'm glad I was able to attend. I will make just 4 brief points. One of the presenters, I think, gave us the direction that now we are having another global restructuring of the value chain. He has told us 3 restructurings which have taken place. Now we are at the 4th. And in all those 3 which have taken place, clearly you could see that Africa has been left out. And it is our opportunity now to take advantage of this current restructuring of the global value chain. I think that's very, very important. And in that, there are 2 elements. One, the Forum for China-Africa Cooperation, which we must take full advantage of, and then the concept of one belt, one road, which I hope we shall have an occasion to discuss more deeply. Our friends, our comrades from China, we here in Africa are also not just sitting. We are also struggling to make sure that we get integrated fairly in the world value chain. So like now, we have developed the East African community, and we hope we shall reach federation level. We have COMESA, which I'm sure you have heard about, the common market for East and Central Africa, so that we are bulky. We are working together and creating bigger markets which we can exploit for mutual advantage. And these blocks like the East African Community, COMESA, and eventually the African Common Market will definitely provide many advantages to investors, including tax incentives. In the case of Uganda, coming closer to home, we definitely have significant amount of natural resources, including oil, which we have discussed, including minerals, other minerals, including water, etc. Although we are still a small population, our location gives us certain advantages, because once you are located here in Uganda, you can get to the north, South Sudan, and Sudan. You can go to the west, There is the whole of Congo, the DRC, and then southwards and eastwards. So that's a unique advantage for Uganda, just our location. Our location gives you access to the neighboring parts of the African continent. Our population now is generally very well educated, generally, not in specific areas. But our young people have the potential to grasp many concepts and therefore be more useful in production and investment. I think our brothers from China, through my comrade, the Chinese ambassador, we have a huge task to implement what President Xi Jinping told President Museveni at the visit of President Museveni in 2015. President Xi Jinping said he would like to make Uganda the best example of China-Africa cooperation. This was really a very fundamental statement made at a very important meeting. In that respect, therefore, apart from thinking at this level, Uganda Investment Authority with our Chamber of Commerce from China, we need more thinking at the national level, at the national formation level. Because China, you have gone through many changes and you have moved in what we would even describe as a miraculous way. You've made so many changes. You pulled nearly 500 million people of your people out of poverty in a relatively short time. That required thinking, required investment, and we really need to learn from that experience by thinking together with you so that you can give us some of the practical experiences you've gone through. On our side here in Uganda, we need to consolidate our working together, the government and our private sector, and then the private sectors from outside. You could hear from the Uganda Manufacturers Association. I agree with the representative that we need to consult you more, we need to think more. Because finally, whether we are going to succeed or not is an issue of detail. We have to sit down and hammer out details. We have to talk to the banks. The availability of finances are definitely constrained in our economy. The banker had a different opinion. I don't agree with him. Financing is part of the constraints in our development. So we need to discuss that more and see how we can remove that constraint. And finally, our planning authority, which I didn't see. These are the people behind the Vision 2040. These are the people behind moving us to the middle income status by 2020. So with those remarks, once again, I want to thank everybody who has turned up. I want to reassure, before my sister comes to speak to you, our colleagues from China, that we in Uganda are ready to work with you, to learn from you, and also benefit each other for mutual benefit of our peoples. Thank you very much. Let me then take the opportunity to invite my younger sister, Honorable Evelyn Anite, the Minister in charge of investment. Welcome.
It really feels nice to be invited to the podium by a historical leader. The Ambassador of the People's Republic of China, His Excellency Zhang Zhu, the honorable members of Parliament, members of the diplomatic community, the board members of Uganda Investment Authority, our former executive directors of Uganda Investment Authority, Madam Maggie Chigozi, if you can just stand up for the public to see you. We still appreciate and love what you did for our country and what you're still doing for our country. The former Executive Director of Uganda Investment Authority, Engineer Seboa, he was here. I think he's left. You all know our Executive Director, Jolie. The members of the Chinese and Uganda private sector, ladies and gentlemen. Before I speak in the capacity of the Minister of Finance, Honorable Matia Kasaija, allow me to say a few words in my capacity as the Minister of Privatization and Investment. It has really been a pleasure for me to participate in this forum, not only from the morning session, but right from the inception of this idea, when the members of the Chinese Enterprise Chamber of Commerce in Uganda proposed this forum to the government of Uganda, to Uganda Investment Authority, and particularly to me, and they sought my input on how we can realize what we have today. I want to congratulate particularly the Chinese Enterprise Chambers of Commerce, Uganda Investment Authority, and all the organizers of this forum for a job well done. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now wear the shoes of the Minister of Finance, Honorable Matia Kasaija. He was supposed to come and close this function, but he is not in the country. I am holding portfolio. That's why I am here to close this function. So when you look at me, just imagine the face of Honorable Matia. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to appreciate you for the invitation to this very important forum. Uganda and China economic cooperation and trade relations have continued to strengthen over the years. As a result, Chinese investment in Uganda have been increasing, and we do not find any reason whatsoever why this should not more than double over the next 5 years to 10 years to come. Uganda is a very rich and naturally endowed country and has abundant natural resources. We therefore welcome investors and investments in the country that are aimed at tapping into the unexploited business opportunities in the country, including infrastructure development, natural resources, exploitation of processing of raw materials. All these are aimed at strengthening and starting a favorable foundation for accelerated development to take place in order to realize our vision to reach the middle income status by the year 2020. Uganda, as you all know, ladies and gentlemen, adopted a vision with an aspiration of becoming a lower middle income country by the year 2020 and to become an upper middle income status country by the year 2040. In order to achieve these aspirations, government of Uganda has prioritized key investment areas including physical infrastructure development, energy, roads, water, air transport, and human capital development, that is education and skilling the young people, and production and productivity, more especially in agriculture, industry, tourism, oil, gas, and science technology. As we all know, infrastructure plays a critical role in promoting growth, competitiveness, job creation, and poverty alleviation. Whereas this is the case, it should be noted that the quality of infrastructure is prim, and poor quality infrastructure amounts to stealing from the future generation, that is our children to come. Therefore, it is investing in high quality and resilience infrastructure that Uganda will realize its structural transformation in a sustainable way. With quality infrastructure, we are very confident as a country that Uganda will be a better investment and tourism destination. Today, Uganda presents a huge business potential for investors. This potential exists, like I mentioned earlier on, in infrastructure, energy, road, and oil sector. The country aims to increasing manufactured exports at a percentage of total exports from the 5.8% in the financial year 2014-2015 to 19% in the financial year 2019-2020. Increase the percentage of population with access to electricity from 14% in the financial year 2014-2015 to 30% in the year 2019-2020. Ladies and gentlemen, as a country, we are focusing on ensuring that the power tariffs go down such that our investors can have low-cost electricity for manufacturing their goods. Electricity or power generation is not our challenge now. Our challenge as a country is distribution. We're upping our game in that sector. We're going to make sure that electricity reaches in all the industrial parks that we want so that we don't have power outages in the industrial parks that we already have and even in the countryside. Ladies and gentlemen, Government of Uganda will continue to provide a conducive investment climate through strengthening and enforcing laws that govern investment in the country. I just want to announce to the country and to the investors here that I did take the investment code to Parliament. We have to Cabinet. We passed it. It has been gazetted. We're going with it to Parliament. We have high hopes in that investment code. We believe that it is going to ease the way of doing business and the climate of investment in this country. Oh, I expected some kudos there. Ladies and gentlemen, currently Uganda's population stands at 40 million people and is still expected to reach about 70 million in the year 2040, the majority of whom are young population between the age of 18 to 25 below. The rising population and the extended regional market, the East African Community Market, the COMESA market, presents a huge market potential for the investors to take advantage of the quality infrastructure that we will put in place. I also wish to inform investors who are in this forum that we have finalized drafting a revised investment code. I just did mention that to you, and we're going with it to Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, to sum up, I would like to applaud the Chinese government for continuously supporting Uganda through funding key core projects, including infrastructure and other donations that you've been giving to Uganda. If you're Ugandan like me, please let us clap for the Chinese government. China has a reliable partner for financing development projects in Uganda. This has made us Ugandans to believe that the Chinese government and the people of China are not only partners in business, but are brothers and sisters. Ladies and gentlemen, with infrastructure development in the pipeline, we now need investors more than ever before to address the question of value addition in Uganda, and this is why this forum has been very, very important and very valuable to us as a country. I say all this for God and my country, in the capacity of Matia Kasaija, and in my capacity, may God bless you all. I wish you a safe journey home.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the Honorable Minister of State for Investment. I don't need to mention that she's one of the youngest ministers in cabinet. She was formerly, of course, our youth ambassador. Okay, some of us are no longer youth, but for some of you young men and women in this building. And now we think for a job well done, she's in the right place. As she mentioned, I don't know if you captured it, she has a directive from the President and directive last week to set up a unit, and I hope you would share with us the hotline on Monday. You promised we will hold you to account, Honorable Minister. A hotline that will be shared for investors to report any intimidation, any threats, any bribe, and any delays in opportunities to invest. I think, Honorable Minister, we want to clap for that even before you do it.
And on behalf, of course, of the Uganda Investment Authority and the Chinese Enterprise Chamber of Commerce, I want to thank all of you. But in a very special way, allow me recognize these sponsors. This would never have been possible without our partners, Toyota Uganda, Stanbic, Blink, Spear Motors, Kenloyd, Mantrac, Total, Lion Assurance, Stanchart, Emirates, Fast Forward and Shipping, Hima Cement, Diamond Trust Bank, Bank of Africa.
All right, we are coming to you live from Speak Resort Munyonyo, where the Uganda-China Economic Forum has been happening. It's pretty much coming to a close, and anytime now, we should be wrapping this up. But before we can wrap it up, let's speak to one of the organizers, the Executive Director of Uganda Investment Authority, the new one, Mrs. Jolie Kamujira Kaguhanjire. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'll help you with this. You've just come to office, it's about a month now, and you've come at a critical time. Critical because Uganda is grappling with one major challenge, among several others, and that's the question of unemployment. And there's several other things that we can do, but if we are to deal with this predicament, I think we have got to invest, and that's your docket. So what's your plan for the term that you're going to be running?
Thank you very much. That's a very good question for us, because as you know that our policy right now is as a government, we are focusing on industrialization, and industrialization that is aiming at creating jobs for our people, because we know that unemployment is the challenge we have, and we cannot exhaust it if we don't have strong industries which are able to employ our citizens. And on top of that, we know that creating jobs again is also helping us to create wealth, because if we have production and industrialization is strong, obviously we shall be able to be wealth. When we have employment for our people, we have products that are able to supply the needs of Ugandans and also the region and internationally, because we aim at also exportation, because we believe that if we improve in our exports, we'll be able to grow as a country. Mainly, we cannot achieve industrialization without industrial parks. As you know, that government has come up strongly to create industrial parks. In these industrial parks, we believe that in 5 years we shall be able to have 22 industrial parks. Those ones will be able to help employ our Ugandans. Obviously, we know that each industrial park will have different industries, factories, and manufacturing companies, which are big projects, and that's why we target people with money who can be able to come in, be able to invest in Uganda, without forgetting our Ugandans, because we know that whatever we do, it must benefit our Ugandans, our local.
Okay, just finally, because we need to join for the anthems, as we're inviting these investors, how are we regulating them to make sure that, one, they get to hire Ugandans as opposed to bringing their, wherever it is they come from, repatriating all this money? How are we planning to regulate them?
First of all, you know that when they come, we sign agreements with them, mainly in the areas of employment, because we give land, especially those that we give free land, we give them conditions of employing Ugandans. The only challenge we still have, which we are trying to force in our agreements, is to see that they create quality jobs, not just casual laborers and you think those are jobs. So it's within our agreements where we are again hoping to have a policy which is controlling that. We haven't achieved that, but it's one of our plans that we have in mind to make sure that we have quality jobs for Ugandans. So it comes from agreements.
All right, Madam Jolie Kagwanjire, thank you for talking to us. We wish you all the very best as you embark on this journey. Let's be respectful to the anthems, but thank you for talking to us.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I request that His Excellency the Ambassador and the Minister led through the center door, and our VIPs who will be taken to our lunch serving center. And thereafter I request that the ushers will then usher our guests to the serving center. We want to thank you, all of you, for joining us this morning. Let the conversation continue. The hashtag online is China-UG Forum 17. That conversation is already going on. You can log in and see if you missed any part of this conversation. We want to thank all our panelists and Uche for traveling all the way from Nairobi to be part of this forum, the first of its kind, and to all of you who joined us this afternoon. Enjoy your lunch, safe journey wherever you will be heading to after this, and have a wonderful, wonderful weekend.
Do your gums hurt? Mm-hmm. Does your toothpaste contain sage, eucalyptus, myrrh, chamomile?
Oh, all that in one toothpaste?
Yes, Colgate Herbal has a unique blend of herbs. It combines Colgate Flora technology and nature's best herbs to give you strong teeth and healthy gums.
Ah, Colgate Herbal.
Let's go. Colgate Herbal for strong teeth and healthy gums, naturally.
Colgate, #1 brand recommended by dentists.
Our core duty as journalists in the NTV newsroom is to bring you the news in a way that helps you appreciate the facts and shape your mind around the key decisions that make the future of this country. And that's why we will go from the hills of Kasese down into the valleys of South Sudan and down into the bottomless pits of Busia's gold mines to bring you not just the news, but the faces that shape stories across the country. I am Raymond Mujuni, and this is not just the news. This is a conversation that turns on your world.
NTV, turning on your world.
Coca-Cola?
Oh, it's happy hour. So, you want a free Coca-Cola, but you have to drink it here.
Amanya gange bampita Kamusime Ziriba. Emyaka egyo 22 gye maze nga nvuga bus. Nagitambuza bulungi nnyo nga nvuga bulungi naye nenzija ninfunako kampuni emu nebeera nga dereva emukozesa nnyo nga teyagala kumanya nti dereva akoowa. Nali ngenda Ngoma otuukayo ku lunaku lwakusatu ate oli dereva omu. Bwe natuuka e Goma ntwala baasi ku mazzi nenaaba ningenda ewange. Nibatika baasi yange nga tebambuulidde. Era nali ndyawo mpumuddeko ng'amanyi nti nja kugenda olunaku oluddako. Nali ndyawo ne bankubira Kamusiime. Jabu baasi ejjudde nga tukulaba kyandeetera okupapa. Ninjayo ku mulimu era ninkwata baasi ningenda. Bwe nasanga trailer nesibira hampu y'ettaka bali bakozeewo diversion. Olw'otulo n'obukoowu bwali buyingidde mu bwongo nagenda okwesanga nga ndaba trailer naye nagiyingiramu nga njiraba. So mbadde nkubiriza badereva bannange abavuga baasi tuteekemu okwebalirira. Nkubiriza ne bakama baffe abatukozesa bannyinizi baasi babaliiririre dereva tweddeko obulamu tebugulwa.
This message was brought to you by Viva Energy and NTV Uganda.
on the next episode is brought to you by
More cash, it's possible.
on the next episode.
Can you believe what this fool tried to pull? A prenuptial agreement. Come on, give me a break.
I imagine you said no.
No, I had to play dumb. I got so angry I felt like strangling him.
And why are you surprised, Mother? Daniel Pareo is trying to prevent you from ending up with his fortune, which is exactly what you want to do.
Wait.
We have to
Yair,
get him
can
to
you
the
hear?
hospital right now. He's in very bad shape.
Yair, can you hear me?
Sir, please.
Yair, I just need a minute. Yair.
Rosario.
Look at me. I simply need you to tell me what you know. I need you to confirm that what you know is true.
Introducing MoCash, my savings, my loans from MTN and CBA. Join MTN Mobile Money to start saving and borrowing money on your phone. Dial *165*5# to save and borrow with MoCash.
With more cash, it's possible.
Street Life is brought to you by Reham Fun Time and conquer your thirst. Fun Time, fun all the time.
Omulimu guno gumbeeredde mulungi nnyo lwakuba ngufunyemuko ku kasente nensobola okupangisa ennyumba n'okuyimirizaawo ennyumba yange nganze. Nina omukazi n'omwana omu. Ntunda meloni zino, nanaasi. Obuzibu bwe nfunye mu mulimu guno, ebiseera ebisinga tugula ebintu. Ate naddala kati sizoni ng'ey'enkuba bweti. Sobola okubigula nga bw'obiraba bw'oti. Bakasitoma ne batabirya birungi, kale ne bivunda. Nawe omuvubuka omutuufu tolina kunyooma mirimu, kola ekijja kyewuka ogenda nakyo kasita ofuna ekyokulya.
Enjoy the fresh tangerine tasting Reham Fun Time and conquer your thirst. Fun Time, fun all the time.
In many places around the globe, people cross borders because of fear, oppression, and persecution. But in East Africa, we cross borders for the right reasons: business, careers and education, trade, and much more. No wonder we are one of the world's fastest growing regions, and the East African newspaper is championing the region's growth and integration. In East Africa, we know no borders to our potential. Connect to opportunity every week with the East African newspaper. East African, understanding the region.
Lyrics? Check. Musical vibes? Check. Celebrity aura? Check. Then let the vibrations begin. Experience the thrill of exclusive live performances from your favorite artist for 1 hour of uninterrupted session on the Beat Mic Live as they tell their stories.
Hey, it's your girl Fia baby on 5th May. Don't miss. I want you to tune in on the Beat Mic Live. I will do all my songs from when I started to where I am today. I will be so honored to know that you guys will be watching. Thank you so much. I love you.
5 p.m. only on NTV.
omumuli gw'emizannyo
with